Chapter 33, Madara, Tobirama, the one where when you cry they cry. How exactly would an entire forest disappear overnight? Tobirama's tone was heavy with skepticism and Izuna rolled his eyes at him. Well, obviously it can't, but that's not the point. Izuna said. It was a genjutsu. They believed that the entire forest was suddenly gone and that's what was important at the time. He crossed his arms and nodded once as if his words had ended the discussion. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. How could they believe such a stupid thing, though, he asked. It's not believable at all, not feasible. The two Uchiha present both sighed in exasperation while the two spectating Senju simply smiled and shook their heads. Madara stood close to Hashirama and Tuka, who were both stretched out on the grass next to the picnic basket that they had all been eating from earlier. Their Hokage had hunted them all down one by one and insisted that they take a break. He enjoyed having his most precious people all together for a meal. He always seemed to conveniently forget that his most precious people were, to a man, argumentative stubborn idiots. It was a genjutsu Tobirama. I could make the sky purple and they would swallow it. Izuna had sort of brought it upon himself this time by boasting about his success during a recent mission. The sky is not purple, Tobirama said. Izuna growled. G-and-J-U-T-S-U, the man shouted. What about this are you not getting? You know what it's like to be caught in a genjutsu, you know how they mess with your mind. Tobirama lifted an eyebrow and said, I do not. And you can ha? Izuna cut off in the middle of starting a rant to make a noise of confusion. You don't what? I don't know what it's like to be caught in a genjutsu, Tobirama clarified. I've never experienced it. Izuna gaped at him like a fish for a few beats before promptly turning red with frustration. What do you mean you've never experienced it? There's no way I would believe that you have never been in a genjutsu before. Our clans were at war for years before we made peace. You fought dozens of Uchihas, sparred with dozens more. You can't tell me not a single one of them ever tried to use a genjutsu on you. That's half of the Sharingan specialty. Izuna seemed only moments away from stomping his foot. Tobirama, however, tilted his head in that vaguely superior way of his as he said, I'm a sensor. I can tell when another's chakra is touching my own. I have had many attempts genjutsu, but I've always been able to counter it right away. He shrugged as if this went extremely annoying to someone whose clan used genjutsu so heavily. That's stupid. Izuna screeched. It was his usual go-to when he couldn't come up with a witty rebuttal fast enough. Fine. Let's go, right now. I'll put you in a genjutsu. His Sharingan spun to life right as Tobirama narrowed and averted his eyes. You're stupid if you think I'm letting you, of all people, do anything of the sort. Bloody Uchiha and their bloody eyes. Get away from me. For a few minutes the two grown men could have been mistaken for children as one dodged the other's attempts to catch him and force him to stand still. The rest of them watched with varying reactions, none stepping in to help either side. For one of them this kind of behavior was depressingly typical, but for the other it was rather amusing to watch him throw dignity out the window to scramble out of reach of grabby fingers. After a while, however, Tuka felt the need to step in if for no other reason than she enjoyed ruining Izuna's fun. You know, there's another solution here, she called loud enough for the bickering pair to hear her. What if I put you in a genjutsu, Toads? You can trust me, right? Tobirama paused in the act of swatting away Izuna's fingers. Barely, he grumbled, still dodging backwards. I promise not to show you anything mean. I'll make it something nice. She grinned as she rose to her feet, wiping grass blades off her clothing. Izuna stopped to watch the process, very interested in the places her hands touched. Tobirama whopped him on the back on the head while his cousin strolled over. He furrowed his brows and said, if you've decided to help him play tricks on me, you know very well that I can break out of whatever trap you try to lie. Are you doubting my word, little cousin? Tuka asked, her face freezing into a dangerous smile. Tobirama snorted but wisely said nothing. Good. Then hold still and let me put you in a genjutsu. Privately, Tobirama started having doubts about the wisdom of agreeing to this right then. He still said nothing, however, as she went through a rapid set of hand signs and then. The room was bright. It was an incredible day for such an event. The open window let in the slightest of breezes, and the sunshine turned the drab blue color of the walls to something almost dreamy. He had never felt more anxious for something, and yet he was also strangely calm. Tobarama-san, he turned his head to the nurse approaching him, looking eagerly down at the bundle of yellow blankets in her arms. Would you like to hold her? He took the bundle from her with the utmost care, turning back one edge of blanket to reveal a tiny face peering up at him. The baby's face was scrunched and red as they fussed, tiny little toothless mouth opening and closing while they determined whether or not to begin wailing. Two of the tiniest hands he had ever seen waved aimlessly when attempting to clench into a fist. Holding the child in one arm, he brought his other up and slid one finger into the palm of that clenching hand. Immediately it closed around his finger, barely able to cover up to the first knuckle. "Congratulations, Tobarama-san," the nurse said to him. "You're a father." He was unable to reply. The child held onto him as he stared down at that tiny, perfect face. His daughter. This was his daughter. He had waited for 9 long months, and she was finally here, a child of his own. She looked just like him. Kai. The bright and happy hospital room faded away at a word from him, replaced with an open field at midday, the sun hiding behind the clouds. Tobarama stood perfectly still and said nothing, looked at no one. Is he crying? Izuna asked from somewhere close to him. He raised a hand to his face to discover that yes, he was crying. Tears were dripping slowly from the corners of his eyes, trickling down his cheeks to catch at the corners of his mouth. He could taste the salt like he'd gone swimming in the ocean, and then licked his lips. Tobarama couldn't remember ever crying. He had as a baby, of course. But as far back as his childhood, he had always been good at holding his emotions inside. His emotions were often overwhelmingly strong, yet he found it easier to show nothing. Now, the feeling of tears was foreign and unwanted. Hands on his cheeks startled him. He focused his eyes to see Tuka gently swiping under his eyes with her thumbs, an apologetic look on her face. "Why are you crying?" she asked, more gentle than he had ever seen her. It was supposed to be a happy moment. He squeezed his eyes closed, feeling more tears fall with emotion, and tried hard to disappear within himself. It was embarrassing, crying in front of these people. "Because you showed me something that I cannot have," he choked out, wincing when even his voice sounded watery. Hashirama and Madara's chakras were spiking over by where they still stood next to the picnic basket. He couldn't help picking up on the anxiety of it, but was too flustered to even care about looking too deeply into it. He had no idea how he was supposed to make the crying stop. He was mortified when his breath hitched and he let out a tiny little hiccup, knocking a few more tears loose. What did you show him?" Izuna demanded. He was bouncing his weight back and forth between his feet, and there was an anxious expression on his face. He obviously wanted to help somehow, but just as obviously wasn't sure what to do. He wanted something nice. Tuka snapped defensively, all gentleness gone from her voice. "So I made up a scene of his child being born." "That's happy." Tobarama sighed and mumbled, "Yes, but with my proclivities it is something that I will never have." While he took another deep breath, he heard the Uchiha asking what proclivities meant and Tuka explaining to the younger man. By Izuna's stunned expression, he hadn't known that Tobarama preferred men. By Tuka's guilty expression, she'd forgotten as well. It wasn't something he advertised usually. Not because he was ashamed of himself, but because he was a private person and felt that the only person who needed to know was someone he had a possible interest in. He didn't say so out loud, but the worst part had been knowing it wasn't real. Even despite the pull of her chakra trying to trick his brain into believing the scene she had woven for him, he had still known the whole time that it was false. He'd never told anyone how much he wanted a child of his own because it seemed pointless to say. He would never father a son or daughter, and he disliked the idea of asking a woman to bear the child and then give it up. Not to mention that he had always dreamed of raising a child with a partner, and he did not have one. He knew he had a soulmate somewhere, but Tobarama was aware that not everyone found their match. He had dated in the past, but he was a hard man to live with, and the few relationships he started had not ended well. "Tobarama," he turned at the sound of his brother's voice. Hashirama had appeared at his side, cautious yet strangely contained expression on his face. "I don't mean to be insensitive, but I think I may have something that will cheer you up." "Possibly." He reluctantly raised his eyes to look where Hashirama was indicating. He was certainly not expecting to see Madara standing a few feet away wiping his own wet cheeks. For a moment he thought his brother was trying to cheer him up by offering to let him mock the Uchiha. Then he noticed the color of the tears. Madara! Izuna's screech caused them all to flinch. What are you crying for? You don't even holy shit are those sympathies. Those are sympathies. You've never had them before. Holy shit. Madara gave up on trying to stem the flow of pearly white tears in favor of growling and reaching out to swat his brother in the face. Tobirama stared openly at the opalescent sympathies, the tears that only fell when one's soulmate was crying. Had Madara truly never had them before? He himself had only experienced it a few times. He met the other man's gaze. I told him you hadn't cried since you were a baby, Hashirama was saying cheerfully. Apparently he thought he didn't have a soulmate. Shame on you, brother, making him lonely. His grin belied the playful rebuke. Tobirama frowned and ushered both brother and cousin out of his way, gingerly stepping over to where Madara was standing. The other frowned and turned his head, scrubbing at his cheeks with the back of his hand. Tobirama touched his own cheek curiously. The tears seemed to be slowing. His eyes felt red and puffy and his throat felt a little too tight. He wondered if his face was splotchy the way Hashirama's was when he cried. He cleared his throat to capture Madara's attention and tilted his head. Madara nodded silently and they both walked away, side by side, to find somewhere more private to speak. Hashirama in particular could be heard commiserating that he wanted to hear all about their happy ending. Tobirama wasn't so sure that he was going to get one. After all, Madara had never been shy about calling him annoying or cold-hearted or any other number of disparaging terms. If the decision were left solely to the Uchiha, he was sure they would end up being one of those matches that did not end up bonding. And Tobirama knew that no matter what he personally felt about it, he would honor whatever Madara wished to do. He had many years of experience keeping his feelings to himself. Once more wouldn't kill him. The two of them ended up simply strolling through the forest that hemmed in the row of training grounds, wandering aimlessly as they both searched for something to say. Tobirama had many things in mind that he would like to ask, but he wasn't sure what Madara would be willing to answer. The silence continued as they meandering through the trees, making their own paths through the untouched lawn. Madara was the one to break it. Hashirama was correct, he started. I have believed all my life that I was without a soulmate. I have no idea if I experienced sympathies as an infant. It wasn't something I ever thought to ask my father. For as long as I can remember, I have waited and received nothing for my patience. He did not turn his head, but Tobirama still looked away in shame. Please understand that I am asking this with no intention to antagonize, but with honest curiosity. Why are you so emotionless? I am not emotionless, Tobirama answered with a sigh. I am controlled. I feel things, but I do not express them well. He swallowed and refused to look anywhere but forward as he continued, not wanting to see how the other man reacted to his words. I have what is known as autism. The one who was Klein doctor while we were growing up liked to label me as a high-functioning and promised my father she could cure me, but it was a load of crock. Someone with autism is not diseased and they do not need a cure. I'm not broken. I simply react to certain things differently. Madara's chakra was spiking and Tobirama deliberately pulled his own closer to himself so as not to pick up on any emotions while he continued. I spent much of my childhood thinking I was wrong somehow because of that woman. It's always been difficult for me to express myself in a coherent manner, and when I tried I was demonized, so I learned from an early age to keep my feelings and thoughts to myself. I don't cry because that control that I forced upon myself is difficult to unlearn. He clenched his jaw to hold more words in. That was probably the most he had ever spoken to Madara, with neither anger nor insult. The Uchiha was silent as they continued walking, ostensibly either thinking about what he had said or wondering why the universe had given him a broken soulmate. Tobirama frowned and silently rebuked himself. He had stopped seeing himself as broken years ago, had just asserted that he was not. Calling himself such a derogatory term now was backward progress. Still, he couldn't help but worry as they walked on, nothing in his ears but the crunch of dry leaves. I am, again, not trying to antagonize, Madara said eventually. I was under the impression that autism meant someone who did not speak. Tobirama rolled his eyes. Misconception, he grumbled. There are many with autism who are nonverbal. And there are many who communicate just fine. Autism manifests differently in each person. That woman called me high-functioning as if I was somehow less valid than someone without autism just because of the way I communicated. I hated the turn. I hated the way she compared me to what she considered normal. Ah. Silence fell yet again. Tobirama had never felt more awkward in his life. Truthfully, he hadn't explained that he had autism to anyone since before he was 10 years old. The only people still living who knew were Hashirama and the old crone who had first diagnosed him, somehow still alive although age had taken most of her mobility from her. Not even Tuka knew. He wondered if Madara were petty enough to tell others to mock him for something beyond his control. I don't know how to ask this question. Tobirama blinked and finally turned to look at the man beside him. Madara had his brows furrowed in a thoughtful manner as he puzzled through how to word something without giving offense. The idea of Madara attempting diplomacy made him smile just the tiniest bit. If you word it poorly, I will not mind, he said. Has having autism changed any other part of you? Does it determine any other of your behaviors? Isn't truly the word I want, but I can't think of another way to put it. Madara looked at him hesitantly, as if wondering if he'd asked correctly. Tobirama met his eye briefly but shyly looking away again. It was incredibly strange to be discussing himself so openly like this. I do certain things that others might not, he admitted. Do you know what stimming means? Madara nodded and said, stimulating, yes. Doing something to achieve a certain sensation. Yes, that would be the general idea, Tobirama agreed, warmth in his chest. For example, I chose to add a fur collar to the armor I wear because I find the sensation of it particularly calming. Is that why you pull at it when you're overstressed? I'm surprised you noticed that, but yes. Tobirama listened to Madara's contemplative hum and fought back the smile that wanted to grow larger. With every moment and each question, his hope grew stronger. Hope that his soulmate might be willing to even contemplate a bond had him nearly giddy. Not that it showed. For a few minutes neither of them spoke again, both of them thinking over what had been shared. Tobirama glanced sideways when Madara stopped walking, halting with him. I get angry when I don't understand things, the Uchiha said slowly. Not understanding something makes me feel stupid, incapable, and I have always avoided things I don't know well. People especially. I have never understood you. I was always baffled by how little emotion you display yet how easily you are angered. You seem to care for nothing and yet jump to the defense of injustices faster than your brother even. If you would be willing to be patient with my questions, I would be willing to ask them. Madara looked up to catch his gaze and Tobirama nodded, words caught in his throat. The corners of Madara's mouth curled up ever so slightly in response. I understand you much better knowing what I do, he said, his tone strange formal. It must have been hard to share those things with me, and I hope you understand that I appreciate you sharing them. I look forward to getting to know you better. After a beat of silence, Tobirama glowed, the biggest smile he had shown in years spreading across his face and exposing his pearly white teeth. The expression squinted, his eyes nearly closed, and he felt his head tilting to the side the way it always had on the rare occasion he truly smiled, a personal quirk very few had ever witnessed. He relished in the shock that splashed across Madara's features. Happy, he murmured, reverting to an old habit. Since he'd never been good at expressing what he was feeling, for many years he had simply announced it to avoid confusion. He trained himself out of it, but the whirling in his mind had stifled his tongue and thickened his throat. He was suddenly incredibly excited for the future. Madara barked out a laugh. I'm glad to hear it. It wasn't quite the happy ending that Hashirama had been hoping to witness. But it was a beginning filled with wonderful possibilities, and Tobirama was more than satisfied with that. Chapter 34, Hashirama Orbiter, the one where you stop aging. Senju Hashirama was 18 years old. Senju Hashirama had been 18 years old for a very long time. So long, in fact, he was a worldwide phenomenon. He held the world record for oldest 18-year-old. He had been interviewed on talk shows in more than one country, written articles for magazines, and at one point ran a blog for other people who had been 18 for longer than the average time. Nowadays Hashirama mostly kept to himself. Due to the passage of time marching on without his explicit permission, he had watched his family and friends all grow old without him. He had stayed young and waited as they all died one by one, leaving him to watch the next generation catch up and surpass him as well. His own granddaughter, the final product of a brief unhappy attempt at marriage, was quite a few years older than him by now. Tsunade was the one person that he enjoyed spending time with anymore. She was always the one to search him out when he fell off the map on another research trip in some obscure part of the world. Research had been his, sort of, younger brother's passion, and he always felt closer to Tobirama's memory when he was chasing vague rumors about new procedures and advancements in medicine. Tsunade had also followed in his footsteps into the medical field. It was her fault that he was out in public today. She had arranged for him to speak at a conference about his experience with an experimental operation that he had performed a month ago. He had already turned down several interviews on the subject and hoped that the interest in him, personally, would die down now that he was finally speaking publicly about it. Hashirama was a naturally cheerful person, but even he could only take so many years of watching those he cared about wither away before his eyes. After this conference he fully intended to take that trip to Botswana like he had been meaning to and talk to no one for a long time. As Hashirama answered the last question from the audience, he stepped away from the podium to thunderous applause, a reluctant smile tugging at his mouth. No matter how reclusive he had grown over the years, he still always appreciated it when people respected his work. He was a walking contradiction, the people person who was wary of getting close to people. He shook his head at himself while he left the auditorium, not bothering to listen as the next speaker was introduced. The hallways were mostly empty. Tsunade was likely glued to her seat back inside, already listening to the new speaker with rapt attention. She was often lazy, his granddaughter, but never when it came to their craft. The only other bodies in the hallway besides him were three people who looked to be in their late teens, peeking through the cracks of the door that would take you into the opposite side of the room he had just left. He raised an amused eyebrow and snuck up behind the three, peeking over the tops of their bent heads to see what they were looking at. Nothing particularly interesting was happening beyond the door. They were probably spying on a seminar they hadn't been able to get tickets for. "Oh shoot," the only girl of the three muttered. "I think he's gone already. I can't see him anywhere." The boy whose head she was leaning on grumbled. He probably felt she staring at him and got creeped out. "Can we go?" "No. This could be my only chance to meet him." The girl pressed harder on the light hair under her fingers, pushing herself even closer to the crack in the door. "Oh, please don't be gone, please don't be gone. What's so special about this guy anyway?" The third teenager spoke up, scratching at his messy black hair. "There's tons of doctors. What's so great about him? How many times?" The girl cut herself off with a huff, then answered in an exasperated tone, "Dr. Senju is only the most incredible doctor to ever have lived. Medicine as we know it today exists almost solely thanks to him and his granddaughter. He's the whole reason I'm studying to become a doctor." Behind the trio, standing close to the opposite wall, Hashirama grinned delightedly and placed his hands on his hips. They'd been spying to try to catch a glimpse of him. How flattering, he cooed happily. The three teenagers squawked in fright and whipped around. Neither of the boys reacted much further, but it was obvious the girl recognized him. She promptly turned beet red and clutched both hands to the sides of her face. "Dr. Senju. Oh my God." She gaped at him in horror, obviously embarrassed to have been caught gushing about him. Hashirama chuckled. "Good afternoon, you three," he said cheerfully. "Didn't get tickets?" The girl's hands slid from her face to ring each other in front of her chest while she bowed frantically, the red on her face only getting worse as it spread out to the tips of her ears. "Oh God." She paused to flutter her hands through the air. "Oh my God, it's really you. Holy crow. Dr. Senju, I'm such a big fan of all your work. You're so incredible and inspiring, and I can't believe I'm meeting you. It's really you. Guys, look. Look, he's smiling at me." She turned to shake the boy standing on her right, who looking barely interested in what was happening. When Hashirama looked over at the boy, he had to pause and blink a few times because he looked so much like Tobirama, white hair falling in spikes around a flat, disinterested expression, sharp cheekbones and a sharp chin. Other than a light scar on his eye, the resemblance was so uncanny he had to look away. His gaze fell on the other boy instead. He was standing sideways, almost curled in on himself, so that Hashirama could only see him in profile. His black hair was even more unruly than the other boy's, although slightly shorter. His chin looked rounded and he was only just above average height. Hashirama tilted his head to the side as he noticed the boy watching him from the corner of an eye, then looking quickly away. "Hello," he said, whittling his fingers in a friendly wave. The boy turned his head away even more. Hashirama dropped his hand and pouted sadly. "Was it something I said?" "I didn't even say much." Before he could slunt into the overdramatic sad fits he had never grown out of, the girl turned to see what he was looking at. When she spotted her dark-haired companion, she rolled her eyes. "Obito," she hissed, "just because he's a doctor doesn't mean he's going to judge you. You being impolite." "I'm so sorry, he's just really shy about his." "Ren," the white-haired boy drawled. "Leave him be." Hashirama tried to smile at the boy again, but to no avail. He appeared to want to be left alone, so he instead turned his attention back to the girl that had been spying in the auditorium just for a chance to meet him. He really was incredibly flooded. He also found that he had just a tiny bit more energy for social interaction left in him. "I was about to go find some lunch if the three of you would like to join me," he offered. "I'm always happy to encourage young people interested in the medical field." If he'd thought the girl was red before, it was only because he hadn't yet experienced what she looked like when excited. She looked like she was trying very hard to hold in a bout of excited shouting. Hashirama tried not to laugh when a tiny high-pitched squeal escaped and was promptly smothered, followed by fretted nodding. He waved an arm asking them to follow, then turned and headed towards the exit. He sure hoped they weren't in the mood for anything fancy, because he had a bad craving for greasy boders and oversalted fries. Hashirama chatted politely with the boy who looked so much like his brother as they walked, giving the girl Rin time to calm down and collect herself. She was fine by the time they reached the closest fast food joint and joined the conversation while they all sat down in a booth, their plastic trays barely fitting on the small table. Hashirama noticed that the black-haired boy was still hiding himself, keeping his head tucked down as he ate and barely murmuring a word when the white-haired boy, Kakashi, spoke to him. He let it go for a while, but as he gathered the detritus of his incredibly unhealthy lunch, he couldn't help but feel bad. Rin had said the boy was shy about something and didn't want to be judged, yet he felt that he was the least likely person on earth to judge anyone for anything. Rin had turned out to be wonderfully intelligent and they had already traded contact information. Next time he traveled to the area, he was certain he would be seeing her again. Which, from the way she spoke of her two best friends, likely meant that he would see them as well. The last thing he wanted was for this boy to feel alienated in any way. "Hello over there," he finally addressed the boy directly. "I haven't heard much from you. Rin tells me you all go to the same university. What courses are you taking?" He waited eagerly as the other two also turned to the boy, who twitched and slumped so low his hair almost dripped into the remains of ketchup on his tray. "Biomedical engineering," a quiet voice muttered from beneath a dark fringe. Hashirama lit up like Christmas. "Now there's a field I want to put more work into. Biomedical engineering. A fascinating branch of science, you know, barely existed as a concept when I was born." He smiled widely, although he wasn't sure the boy could see it. "What got you interested in it?" "I want to fix me." Hashirama blinked, stunned, and then said, "Fix you? Why would you say you need to be fixed?" Slowly the bowed head rose until the hair parted and he could see a glittering dark eye peeking up at him shyly. Then as the light of the restaurant fell on the boy's face, he saw for the first time why he had been hiding. Thick twisted scars pulled one side of his face outward, circling upwards in a strange spiral pattern. His second eye was covered by a patch and the twist of his mouth said he was either in pain or just painfully embarrassed. Possibly both. "I thought it would be faster to build my own body parts than wait for my name to come up on waiting lists." The boy was obviously having trouble meeting his eyes, but he held on anyway. "So far I've been right." Hashirama couldn't help it. His face broke out into a huge smile. "Well, aren't you beautiful?" he blurted. All three teenagers stared at him with varying degrees of shocked surprise. "Excuse me," the boy breathed. "What did you say your name was?" "Obito." Hashirama beined and leaned forward. "Obito. A beautiful name for a beautiful boy. Obito blinked and drew his brows down. Are you making fun of me? I know what I look like. I was in an accident, okay? It's not like I look this way because of a disease. It was a car accident and a whole bunch of my organs are failing and that's not my fault. Whoa. Hashirama cut him off, holding up both hands and still smiling. I wasn't making fun of you. I meant it. As quickly as it had filled him, the fight seemed to drain out of Obito, who looked even more confused than ever. You meant it, he said, disbelief heavy in his voice. Hashirama leaned even further forward. Of course. The shape of your face, the color of your eye, those cheekbones. So beautiful. You have such nice shoulders and your hair. So shiny. I'll admit I'm a sucker for dark hair. His smile turned gentle as he watched tears gathering in Obito's visible eye. Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to make you cry. Is it really so strange? Obito wiped hurriedly at his face. Kakashi nudged him with a shoulder and held out a few napkins. The white-haired boy looked like he was trying to hold on to his disinterested face, but concern was bleeding through. Rin looked like she wished she were close enough to hug him. Obito used to be a popular boy in high school, she murmured. Obito sniffed as he said, until the accident. But you really. I'm sure your friend has told you, Hashirama said, but I have been alive for a very long time. I've seen all the ups and downs of humanity. When you've been around as long as I have, you learned that all people are beautiful. There's no such thing as an ugly person, only an ugly soul. This earned him a smile from all three of the friends. Hashirama shrugged off the gratitude in Rin's eyes. It cost him nothing to be a decent human being after all. He wished more people would see that. With a few more quiet words, he gathered them all up and they left the restaurant. He noticed some of the patrons were starting to eye their table and he didn't think Obito would be very comfortable with becoming the subject of gossip. It would be better to bring them all somewhere more private. They ended up strolling through a nearby park, walking along a short nature trail. Obito took the time they spent getting there to clear the tears from his face and accept that hug from Rin. Kakashi hovered over both of them, guarding without seeming to guard. It warmed Hashirama's heart to see such solid friendships. As he walked slightly ahead to give the trio their privacy, Hashirama tried not to listen in on their conversation. Instead, he looked around at the trees and thought that Tsunade would hate it here. She had never been a fan of nature, more a child of the urban jungle. He, on the other hand, had always had a soft spot for flora, trees in particular. Someday he was going to live in a house surrounded by trees with no one else around for miles. Thank you. He turned to Obito's voice and saw that the young man was smiling now and a tiny line of red was splashed across both cheeks. Hashirama thought he looked adorable. I think you're crazy, but thank you. Anyone who looks at you and doesn't see your beauty is missing out, he said. I hope you see yourself that way too. It's been hard lately, Obito sighed. I turned 18 a few months ago and I don't think I stopped aging. I know people say it's hard to tell, but I just know I didn't. Which means that I already have a soulmate out there waiting for me and I'm worried that when we meet they'll be disappointed. Obito looked down and muttered, horrified. Hashirama frowned. They would be stupid not to want you, he said. Well, I won't know until I find them, I suppose. Hashirama opened his mouth as he reached out to lay a consoling hand on the boy's shoulder. As soon as his fingers brushed against the boy's exposed neck, however, he stopped in shock. Electricity sparked from the point where their skin made contact and rushed down his spine, tingling along every nerve in his body. Obito's one visible eye widened as the same sensations shot through him as well. They both stared at each other in silence while Kakashi and Rin gave them curious looks. Well, that didn't take long, Obito breathed. Hashirama stared some more. You're my, now he was the one with tears filling up his vision. I have a UO. Unable to complete anything close to a coherent sentence, Hashirama gave in to the tears and threw his arms around Obito, pulling him close and sobbing into his shoulder. Obito held tightly to his waist, nervous chuckles slipping past his lips. Kakashi and Rin's curious murmurs went ignored. Are you all right? You're my soulmate, Hashirama blubbered. In the back of his mind he could hear his long-deceased brother's voice, gently mocking him for his emotional display. Seems like it, Obito said. And you're all right with that? Hashirama stood up, pulling away only far enough to look down into the other's eyes. The tears on his face did not detract anything from the wonder filling his expression. I have waited for you for generations. Over 100 years I've been on this earth with no one to call me their own. If anyone even thinks of suggesting that you weren't worth the wait, I will show them the meaning of meatball surgery. He growled the last two words, memories of performing surgery in medical tents during the First World War playing in his head. Far from seeming put off, Obito blushed and grinned, murmuring a simple, "Oh." Hashirama grabbed fistfuls of Obito's shirt and reeled him in, planting his lips square over the others and attempting to bring all his scattered romantic skills to bear. By the tiny noise that faded away into a quiet moan, he thought he didn't do too badly. When they pulled apart, Obito was panting and smiling like it was going out of style. The scars on his face pulled and stretched, but he smiled bigger anyway. Hashirama wondered which of their smiles was bigger. Surely he'd never experienced happiness like this before. After the side, Kakashi and Rin were practically going wild. Rin was shaking her friend and screaming excitedly at the top of her lungs. Kakashi's jaw was hanging somewhere close to the ground and he looked to be having quite a bit of trouble picking it back up. Hashirama had enough time to remember that they had both mentioned that their 18th birthdays were later this year and wonder if maybe they didn't have a surprise of their own coming up. Then Obito shyly pulled on his lapel and he happily went back for a second kiss. Later that night he called Tsunade in her hotel room to thank her for bringing him to this conference. She asked if he hadn't been drinking. Then she hung up on him when he told her he was drunk on love. He only shrugged and settled back down onto Obito's couch, returning his arm to round the boy's shoulders. He would tell her the good news tomorrow. And possibly ask her to look into some organ donor options. He had more important things to worry about than Botswana now, after all. Chapter 35, Tobirama Kagami, the one where your eyes change color. With a gasp, Kagami snatched his head back and whirled around, hiding behind the tree he had been spying around. That time had been much too close for comfort. The one he had been watching had almost spotted him, in which case he would surely have died from sheer mortification. Getting caught was possibly the worst thing that could happen to him. It wasn't his fault that Lord Tobirama was hot, okay? Kagami closed his eyes and listened to the man in the clearing behind him, picking up the slightest sounds of movement as Tobirama went through a set of carders. He could picture it perfectly even without seeing it, those incredible muscles shifting underneath pale white skin. How the man spent so much time outside and yet remained without a tan was a mystery. He could picture the way sweat would bead on a high brow, trickling down past temple and cheek to drip from a narrow jawline. He shuddered as his mental image started going through some very suggestive poses and quickly tried to clear his thoughts. Hoping it was safe, Kagami very slowly twisted and poked his head out again. He had chosen his hiding place well. His dark hair helped to blend into the shadows of the bushes he was crouched among, and it would be nearly impossible to spot him without already knowing he was there. This afforded him the perfect opportunity to spy on Tobirama while the Senju trained by himself under the hot afternoon sun. Summer was in full swing and yet there had been fewer missions to go around lately. The training fields were always crowded with people trying to work out some energy or frustration. Kagami, however, had noticed the consistent absence of a certain white-haired man. 3 weeks of searching had led him to where he was now, hiding in a bush and wiping drool with his sleeve. He had admired Tobirama from afar from the moment he had seen him. They had never actually met, though, and it was mostly his own fault. The moment he so much as thought of the older man, his tongue tied itself into knots and his feet forgot how to walk. Tobirama was, without doubt, the hottest thing on 2 legs to ever walk through fire country. Kagami was only one of the poor and fortunate souls to think so. The worst part was the hope. It was well known in the village that Tobirama's destined soulmate was an Uchiha. The proof was there for the world to see, the Sharingan pattern in the man's left eye. It didn't actually function as a Sharingan, but the Tomo swirled in time with his heartbeat, instilling fear in any who were present to watch them rotate faster and faster in a show of bloodlust. Kagami's favorite daydream was finding out that it was really meant for him. He did, after all, have one eye that was permanently red. It should have been an obvious sign that his dreams were all true. That is, if he wasn't aware of the complications that happened during his birth which messed with some of the chakra points in his eyes. They had both been permanently red for the first few months of his life. The doctors had been able to fix one of his eyes but not the other. So the chances of his actually being the one Tobirama was destined for weren't quite as high as he'd like them to be. "Did you need something?" A smooth baritone voice shocked Kagami out of his musings, bringing him back to the present. He let out an involuntary squeak and then slapped both hands across his mouth. Tobirama had halted his katas while he had been lost in his head. The older man had his back to him but his head turned to the side. "Come out. Now." Powerless against that voice, Kagami stumbled to his feet and slowly shuffled out of the bushes. In his excitement over finally having a chance to watch his secret crush, he had entirely forgotten about Tobirama's abilities as a censor. Of course the man had known he was there the whole time. How embarrassing. He kept his head bowed as he slowly made his way out into the light, just far enough that it was obvious he was following orders. Then he stopped and fiddled his fingers together. He could feel sharp eyes on his form, assessing him and dismissing him as a threat. He nearly jumped when Tobirama spoke again. "Would you care to explain why you were watching me?" the older man asked in a firm tone. He said almost everything in a firm tone. Kagami nearly whimpered, locking his knees to keep them from trembling. No, not really," he mumbled under his breath. It was not a request. Cheeks burning, Kagami dapped his head even more as he answered, "I'm sorry, Lord Senju. I think you're really cool. And strong. I just wanted to watch you train." His fingers pulled at each other while he wondered if it was possible to die from having too much blood in your face. Surely all that blood was needed elsewhere. His morbid wonderings ground to a halt when a smooth chuckle brushed past his ear. He stared at his feet with wide eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating. "Kagami, was it?" he heard Tobirama say. At that, his head shot up. Tobirama knew his name. It seemed impossible that someone like that would take the time to learn the name of a nobody like him. The moment Therese met Kagami received a second shock, possibly the biggest shock he had ever received in his life. As soon as they locked gazes, he watched the tomo fade from Tobirama's left eye and the red color shift to a lighter shade, leaving him with two beautifully matched eyes. As it happened, the expression on Tobirama's face shifted from vaguely amused to utterly surprised as, presumably, his own eyes changed as well. They stared at one another in silence for a long time. Kagami was unable to move under the weight of his crushed gaze and the implications of what he had just witnessed. He dreamed about it, of course, but to have it come true it felt too good to be true. He jumped slightly when a hand suddenly gripped his chin, holding him in place. Then he shivered when a thumb slowly swiped along his jaw, pressing down against his throat when he swallowed nervously. "Your name is Kagami, is it not?" Tobirama asked him. "Aha," was all he managed to say in reply, a breathy noise of agreement more than actual words. "It would appear that we are soulmates." Tobirama smirked slightly when Kagami swallowed again, harder this time. "Perhaps it's a good thing you find me cool. Kagami closed his eyes in chagrin. Of course he had made a fool of himself already. Making a fool of himself was somewhat of his specialty. Now he was going to have to convince the other man to accept him, and how was he supposed to do that when there was no reason to? What was that pressure on his lips? It lifted away immediately and he cracked his eyes open to see Tobirama's face only an inch away from his own. "Did you just kiss me?" he exclaimed. "Obviously not. Well, if you need to question it," Tobirama said with a smirk. "Let's try that again, shall we?" Before he could say anything, Tobirama had leaned down and was kissing him a second time. Kagami wondered briefly if he had died and gone to heaven. Then he decided it didn't matter and kissed back with a small moan. Sage, was there anything this man wasn't good at? Even if it hadn't been his first kiss, he was sure it would have been his best. Everything was perfect, from the tender pressure against his lips to the guiding hand sliding along his chin to circle around and cup the back of his head. If it was possible for a human being to physically melt, Kagami would be doing so right at this moment. When they parted, he keened in protest. Then the blood returned to his face in yet another raging blush as Tobirama chuckled at him. "Enthusiastic, I see," the older man quipped. "Good. Is this real?" Kagami whispered, almost afraid that he was going to wake up any moment now. He watched a single white eyebrow rise up in response. "I should hope so. I've been waiting for you for quite long enough." The hand on the back of his head slowly slid down his spine until it rested in the small of his back. Kagami found himself being pulled up against a solid body, a very solid body that was still warm from training. He whimpered a little and buried his face in his soulmate's chest. "And I'm very glad to have found you." When Tobirama's other unwound around him and hugged him tightly, Kagami smiled and closed his eyes. Getting caught was possibly the best thing that had ever happened to him. Chapter 36, Sakura Temari Kurui, the one where you see each other's footsteps. The first time she saw the footprints was when she was 12. It was her first C-rank mission, and Lord B was leading them along the border between the lands of wind and rain when she spotted them, causing her to stumble and almost fall. Small yellow footprints that almost blended into the sand made a trail heading south. Kurui stopped to look at them, to admire their shape. There was no telling who had left them or what their loyalties had been. No matter how much she wished she could follow them, she knew that it was impossible. She was weeks away from home, and the prints could be anywhere up to a week old, since that was the longest the soul trails were visible for. "Yo, why are you stopping? If someone comes we might be caught then, yeah." Kurui reluctantly pulled her eyes away and rolled them in exasperation. "That was a terrible rhyme, sensei." She made no mention of what she had seen as she moved to follow the others. As it was only visible to her, it was an easy secret to keep. The image of those tiny yellow footprints, however, stayed in Kurui's mind for years. She dreamed sometimes of following them to find open arms awaiting her, wrapping around her until she felt like she finally had someone who loved her. It was always a quasi-disappointment to wake up and see only her teammates around her. She loved Omwe and Samui like siblings, and having Lord Killer B as a sensei was truly an honor. Sometimes, however, it felt lonely to know that they all had families to go home to. Having aged out of the orphanage by default when she became a genin, Kurui longed to find her soulmate, if for no other reason than to have somewhere to belong. She found them again when she was 15, running for a time along the same road she was taking through the hills around the waterfall village. When Omwe asked what had made her smile so suddenly, she told him she had pictured him falling over a waterfall. Omwe, of course, extrapolated her false imaginings and somehow ended up worrying over whether he could be eaten alive by mosquitoes. It was easier to let him work himself up than explain. She didn't want to listen to whatever weird worries he would come up with for her. She just wanted to dream in peace. It was when she was barely past 17 that she first found out that she was different in a way she had never heard of before. Her mission had taken her into the land of fire, and she was being extremely cautious not to be seen by any patrols. Despite how much it slowed her journey, it was in her best interest to run on the ground. It was a well-known fact that leaf ninjas preferred to travel among the treetops. Her hope was that they would be paying less attention to the ground and therefore be less likely to spot her. It was going well until she spotted something that made her throw stealth right out the window. Little yellow footprints plodded along the main road. By their form she could tell that whoever they were, they had been in no great hurry. What brought the world crashing down around her was what showed up at the end of the trail: pink footsteps. Kurui stared at the dual sets of footprints, entirely uncertain if she should check for a genjutsu or not. How could there be two? What the hell was that supposed to mean? Frantic, Kurui followed them. They both took a few running steps, then made what looked like jumps. She calculated possible trajectories and found where both had landed among the trees. Both trails headed southwest, and it appeared that they were traveling together. They ran side by side for as long as she tracked them. When Kurui forced herself to stop, to think, she found tears on her face. She told herself that they were tears of confusion or anger. She told herself they were absolutely not, because she was afraid of being left behind, left out. Was she destined to two people who didn't know about her? Was she destined to two people who wouldn't need her? On the verge of having a fit of homeward proportions, Kurui threw herself in the opposite direction, racing back in the direction of home. Her mission was complete, but her heart was a mess. She wanted nothing more than the safety and comfort of the land of lightning. Only a few months after that saw her sensei captured, and Kurui was traveling back towards the land of fire, this time flanked by her two best friends. With the current crisis going on, the last thing she had time for was worrying about her strange soulmate situation. All of her concentration was taken up by the need for revenge against whoever had hurt one of her few precious people. The Reikage had sent them to the land of fire to speak with the Hokage and gather any intel available on Uchiha Sasuke, the one who had taken Killer Bay. There were no words for her shock when they arrived to discover a crater where once had been a beautiful village. As they were led by survivors through the wreckage, she couldn't help but sympathize. She may not have any special love for the ninja of the leaf, but she would wish this kind of devastation only on her worst enemies. Even then, this was too far. She could only imagine the death toll, both shinobi and civilian. While Samui went in search of the Hokage, or acting Hokage, their leader was apparently comatose. Karui and her other teammate went in search of someone who could give them any other information, the personal kind of stuff that came from growing up with someone before the betrayal. She was not prepared to find little pink footprints crisscrossing the area. Karui's eyes widened when she noticed them. At first she had taken them for blood. Lord knew there was enough destruction around her to warrant a bit of blood on the ground. But when she looked closer, she realized that it was multiple soul trails all overlapping each other as her soulmate traveled back and forth across the same ground. Since a soul trail was only visible for up to a week after the person had passed through, this meant that her soulmate had spent a lot of time in the Leaf Village since the attack. Ignoring Omo's protests, Karui set off trying to figure out where the trails led. Maybe her soulmate knew Sasuke. It would be like killing two birds with one stone, and efficiency was a good thing in a shinobi. At least, that was how she justified it to herself. After several false starts and quite a few backtracks, Karui followed one set of prints that led around a small body of water. She wasn't sure if the pond had been there before the sudden change in topography, but she was glad for the smooth shoreline that the trail followed along. They had been walking for a few minutes when they heard voices up ahead discussing, of all things, Uchiha Sasuke. Remembering her original mission, Karui perked her ears and hurried. Planning to dispatch tracking ninja to go after him, a feminine voice was saying. The two of them came around a bend in the trail just in time to see a black-haired boy making a surprised expression. What, really? The boy said. He didn't mention that Sasuke dash. Her sword was drawn and pointed at the trio she found there before she had even thought about it. Go on, keep talking. Tell us all about this Sasuke. Her voice faltered when she caught something out of the corner of her eye. Little pink footprints leading right up to a girl with pretty pink hair, the one whose face Karui was pointing her sword at. She gaped at the other girl in astonishment while the others around them frowned in confusion. What's wrong? Omui asked quietly. She's footprints, words wouldn't come to her. It was incredible to think that she had found her soulmate. One of her soulmates, apparently. The thought was like a bucket of ice water down her spine. This girl had already met whoever it was that left behind the yellow prints, and Karui had no way of knowing what their relationship was to each other. Squaring her jaw, Karui pulled herself together and repeated, Tell us all about this Sasuke. You seem to be such good friends. It devolved into a fight almost immediately. The boy in orange attacked and she and Omui defended. The short scuffle ended with the two of them jumping back, landing a safe distance away on the surface of the water. By the time the conversation was over as well, their entire outlook on the mission had been changed. Sensei might still be alive. The one called Naruto had named himself as a Jinkriki and offered to help. As they allowed him to lead them away, Karui heard a small gasp from behind them. Footprints, she heard the pink-haired girl say. Hey, wait. Karui didn't look back. She pushed off into the air and followed Naruto somewhere that he could speak to them without his friends. As it turned out, he wouldn't give them any new information on the Uchiha. Karui was tempted to take him up on his offer to take her anger out on him, but she was still rather flustered from before. She screamed and ranted and waved her hands, but she didn't hit him. When Samui found them, it was a relief to have an excuse to leave. When they set off the next day to bring the information on their target to the wreckage, Karui's mind was still in a whirl. She had spent her whole life wishing for somewhere to belong, and the second she finds the possibility to have that, what does she do? She runs away. Wonderful. Way to go, self. Her frustration with her own cowardice made her quieter than usual while they made their way to the Land of Iron to meet up with A and his attendants. When they did meet with him, she rebuked her team leader immediately. Samu, you've been tailed. Show yourselves, you hidden leaf dogs. From behind a nearby outcropping of rock came a small group of 4 shinobi. Naruto and the copy ninja were both immediately recognizable. The brunette man wasn't familiar to her, but that pink-haired one was. Naruto had called her Sakura. Sakura was staring at Kurui with a determined expression that made her face flush. She mentally blamed it on the cold weather and lowered her eyes. Naruto's supplication was astonishing to ask such a thing of the Reikage. It was unheard of. Kurui didn't say much, only called the boy a fool. And he was a fool, thinking they would spare Sasuke's life after what he had done. When the Reikage and his party turned to leave, she caught sight of Sakura watching her. Her determination was still so openly displayed on her face, mixed in with wonder and affection. Kurui wondered if it was really her the other girl felt those things for, or if she was thinking of her lost teammate, the one whose life they were begging for. She thought it was telling that Sakura didn't try to stop her this time, didn't even speak to her. The building where the conference was being held was built inside of a giant cave that looked like nothing so much as a great gaping maw. Kurui cringed and hunched her shoulder as the shade of the mountains fell over her. As they entered the building and waited for the leader of the Land of Iron to greet them, she saw C turn to the Reikage with a frown. "We are still being tailed, my lord. One of those leaf dots got here before us," she heard him murmur. The Reikage harumphed but said nothing. He didn't have the time to respond. A middle-aged samurai came into the room just then to welcome them. As the samurai indicated for them to follow him to the conference rooms, movement caught Kurui's eyes. The one who had followed them was Sakura. She was standing behind one of the massive stone pillars which decorated the hall and beckoning for Kurui to come over. Wary but too curious to resist, Kurui did so. Samui and Omoi went on ahead, never even noticing her reluctant departure. She stopped a few feet away and crossed her arms defensively across her chest. Before she could demand an explanation, Sakura baned and dashed out from behind the pillar. Kurui ached when her wrist was grabbed and she found herself suddenly being dragged off down another hallway. "What dash? What do you think you're dash? Where are you taking me?" It was shameful how little resistance she put up. Then again, she had heard some stories about the Hoka's apprentice and her inhuman strength. Non-resistance was probably the wisest course of action when Haruno Sakura had a grip on your wrist. The two of them burst into an unmarked room without knocking, startling the three people inside. Kurui didn't recognize any of them. She did, however, notice the yellow footprints scattered all throughout the room. "Temari. I found her. I found her. Look." As she babbled excitedly, Sakura pointed to the floor. A blonde girl sitting up against the far wall raised both eyebrows as she looked down. Then she suddenly leapt out of her seat like it had caught fire. "You did find her?" Kurui was incredibly confused when the blonde came dashing over to beam at her, just like Sakura was. They both held onto one of her arms each and smiled and laughed. She really had no idea what to do. She was almost glad for the distraction of someone knocking on the door, announcing the arrival of the final cage. Temari, the red-headed young man in the corner, spoke as he rose to his feet. "You will need to come with us." The blonde wrinkled her nose and swore under her breath, then turned to Sakura and said, "Don't you dare let her leave. You'd better both still be here when the conference is done." Then she was out the door with the two others that had been in the room when they entered, leaving her alone with Sakura once again. Was that she started to ask a question, then realized she had no idea how to ask it or even really what it was she wanted to ask. It felt like the last few days had flown past her at hyperspeed, leaving her a little stunned. Sakura brought her back to earth with fingers winding in between her own. "That was Temari, our other soulmate," she said. Kurui stared at her with wide eyes. "Our other soulmate," she repeated. "So you see two soul trails too?" Sakura giggled as she replied, "Of course, silly. Temari and I have both found your footprints before, as well as each other's. We met a few years ago when we took our first Shin exams. That was, well, it was a rough start." She laughed awkwardly in a way that made it obvious there was a good story there. "But things are okay now and we've been really anxious to find you. And now we have. And we can all be together." Kurui stared at Sakura some more, taking in her happy smile while those words rang inside her head. We can all be together. She had always dreamed of finding her soulmate because she'd always been alone. Now she had two people who wanted her. Two people she belonged to. Kurui would deny the tears in her eyes to anyone who dared point them out, but that didn't stop her from scrubbing at them with the back of a hand. Together, she mumbled. Sounds good. Sakura drew her over to the bench that Temari had been sitting on before. We can wait here for them, she suggested. Until the conference is over. Kurua looked into her soulmate's green eyes and said, yeah. Then we can all be together. Chapter 37, Tobarama Wazuna, the one where the last words are written on your wrist. Madara saw how often he looked at his wrist, that bastard. He watched Tobarama when the idiot thought no one was looking, how his eyes would fall to his wrist and he would bring his other hand up to draw a thumb across the mark there. It was disgusting. It was shameful. It was less than Azuna had deserved. Madara scowled as he watched the Senju trace each letter with care, his own clan name in black ink. He was very aware that murderous waste of space had no idea who the writing was meant for, just as Azuna had never had the chance to discover who his writing was for. It wasn't until he had worked side by side with the Senju, saw his signature on form after form, that he realized. Only then had he looked at the bastard's wrist and seen it for what it was. His brother's handwriting on the hand that had murdered him. Each time he watched the somber longing fall over the pale, disgusting face, Madara couldn't help but feel a surge of vicious satisfaction. He cherished the knowledge that Tobarama would spend the rest of his days alone and wondering, always waiting. It was his only recompense for a lost brother, knowing that the one who killed him would find his end unsatisfied and despairing. Because he knew that Tobarama did not remember his last words to Azuna. He knew Tobarama did not remember Azuna's last words to him either. Angrily muttering each other's names in the heat of battle, sealing their fate with blade and blood. Tobarama had no clue that he had killed his own soulmate. Madara certainly wasn't going to tell Hen. Chapter 38, Fugaku or Hayasha, the one where you have matching fingerprints. I beg your pardon. Despite the civility of his phrasing, Fugaku's tone was anything but polite. The clanless buffoon across the room gulped and clutched the file he was holding a little tighter, his knuckles turning white. Fugaku narrowed his eyes only when the boy finally looked into them, reminding him that they could turn red at any moment if he should wish them to. I am very sorry, Uchiha-sama. I didn't verify the results myself. I was only told to deliver them to you. If you have any concerns, I would be more than happy to take them to my boss. The poor idiot's voice was cracking under the strain of his fear. Fugaku sneered and the boy trembled. Give me those papers, he snapped. The folder was almost thrown in his face and the boy escaped the room with relief obvious in every cell of his body. Alone now, Fugaku looked down at the file he was holding, wondering if he should even bother looking inside. Surely there had been a mistake. He had checked the records just likely everyone else did when he came of age and every 2 years after that. If his soulmate was here in the village, he would have found a file with fingerprints matching his own. Even immigrants had their prints taken and added to the records. How could he have missed this when he had only gone through them 2 months ago? He knew that the Prints and Identification Office was undergoing renovations. Each and every file was being put into an upgraded computer system to make running searches easier. Which meant that each file was being checked as it was entered into the database. Fugaku had a lot of responsibilities these days, learning to take his place as clan head within the next couple of years. He didn't have much time to himself. He supposed there might be the smallest chance that those who did have time to themselves might have found something he had overlooked. Flipping open the folder in his hand, he perused the papers within, then froze. Here was his answer, the reason he had never found this file. Name, Hayasha. Clan affiliation, Hyuga. Status, unmarried, unmatched. Fugaku felt his spine stiffening as he looked at the face in the photograph before him. He had never checked the Hyuga archives, hadn't even bothered. There hadn't been a match between their clans in generations and he hadn't felt it was even worth the effort. Yet here was a Hyuga who supposedly had fingerprints that matched his own, the mark of soulmates. Even more daunting, he knew this man. This was the one who was set to be the next head of the Hyuga clan. They had met dozens of times, sneered down their noses at each other dozens of times. Fugaku sighed as he slipped the file under his arm and strode out of the room. This was going to be awkward. Gaining entry to the Hyuga compound as an Uchiha was not a pleasant process. As followed his every step, openly suspicious of his intentions. 2 Hyuga Jainin escorted him down the main street towards the meeting hall, and he was very aware that a single wrong move would provoke them to attack. He thought back to the one time he had ever seen a Hyuga enter his own clan compound and admitted that the woman had been brave and incredibly poised, if this is what it had felt like. When he entered the hall, he found 3 men kneeling on cushions at the far end of the room. They did not bother to rise for him, only continued to drink their tea. 2 of the men were identical, twins who resembled each other down to the last hair. The only difference that separated them was the bandages wound around the brow of one of them, hiding away the client's traditional curse mark. The 3rd man was their father and current clan head. Fugaku grit his teeth and bowed once to encompass all 3. The gesture surprised them so much that all 3 of them actually put down their tea. "I would prefer to speak to you in private, Hayasha-san." He made his voice as firm as possible. He might be willing to dent his pride enough to bow for the sake of good relations, but that didn't mean he was willing to allow these men to cow him. He may have entered the lion's den, but he was tiger himself. "Anything you have to say to me, you can say in front of my family," the twin with the bindings replied. Fugaku scowled. "You are not your brother, Hisasha," he ground out. "I was not speaking to you. This is a private matter." He said this last bit to the person he had come to speak with. Hayasha lifted one eyebrow and contemplated him in silence. Fugaku stood still and bore his consideration without argument. At last the man nodded once and rose smoothly to his feet. He swept away to the corner of the room where they might speak in quiet voices yet still be observed. Fugaku chaffed at the lack of privacy but respected the compromise. When they faced each other, he took a moment to observe Hayasha. Dark hair fell straight as a pen all the way down his back in the traditional style of his clan. Pale lavender eyes stared at him, hard as steel, set above a straight nose and thin lips. He was not the usual definition of beautiful, and yet Fugaku could admit that he had always been drawn to this look. "What is it you wish to speak to me about?" Hayashi asked. Fugaku lifted the folder he had brought with him. "The records have been rechecked and a match had been found between our clans. You and I, it appears, are soulmates." He allowed a moment for that to sink in, enjoying the way those large eyes grew even wider with surprise. "For accuracy's sake, I must inquire as to whether the fingerprints he provided to identification were your own." Hayasha frowned, but it had none of its usual vitriol as he replied in a faint voice, "Yes, of course they were." He took the file and flicked it open, reading through the results with a faint look of dawning in his eyes. When he looked up, there was the smallest of smiles playing around his lips. "The elders are not going to be happy with this," Fugaku felt obliged to point out. "We will both be expected to lead our respective clans and produce heirs." He was surprised to see the Hyuda's tiny smile cautiously grow. "I'm sure we can work something out," Hayasha said. Fugaku slowly smiled back. Yes, he thought, "I'm sure we can." Chapter 39, Gaara 1010, the one we dream of each other. He had never understood why that one girl from Konoha stared at him the way she did. Not until today. Gaara had been born with Shukaku inside him, the one-tailed Bisha. Such was the nature of his seal that if he had ever fallen asleep, Shukaku would take over his body and run rampant. While there had been times during his admittedly shameful past that he had allowed this to happen freely, for the most part Gaara had always preferred to remain in control. Which meant, of course, that he did not sleep. A civilian would never have been able to do it. It required constant chakra flow to stay awake for months, years at a time. But then, a civilian would not have been able to contain the one tail either. Since Gaara did not sleep, it followed naturally that he did not drain. He had never experienced it, although he had often wondered what it might be like. He was therefore both nervous and excited when his sister came to him with medicine for the sickness he had contracted and told him it should help him sleep. "I do not sleep, Temari," he said in the quiet way he had settled into. People seemed to accept him more easily now that he spoke softly, calmly. They didn't seem afraid that he would harm them at the slightest provocation the way he might have when he was younger. "What, still?" Temari seemed surprised. It had, after all, been a few years since the bijou had been removed from him. Gaara tilted his head to the side. "Yes. I have never needed sleep before. Now that I am Keisuke, I find it very beneficial to spend the night working uninterrupted. It worked out very well. It freed his daylight hours so he could spend them doing other things." He involved himself in as many projects as possible to make up for his misspent youth, and if he didn't use the night to finish his piles of paperwork, then he wouldn't have time for half as many projects. Temri shook her head as she said, "You're not a machine, Gara." He nodded once. She had told him this before. "Well, anyway, this will probably do you 3 times as much good then. Give yourself time to recover while you're sick. If you want to go back to your usual habits afterwards, I can't stop you. I can tell you that I think it's stupid though." Siblings rights. Her smile softened the blow and let him know she was teasing. He'd gotten better at spotting when she was just teasing. "Will it help me get better in time for your wedding?" he asked. "I will go regardless, but I would prefer to make a good impression. It's simple cold medicine, Gara." Temri handed over the bottle and he eyed it curiously. "But yes, it should help you get better in time for the wedding. You'll probably feel better in a couple of days, and the wedding isn't for another few weeks." Temri didn't leave his office until he had packed up his work and allowed her to escort him to his barely used quarters. He normally only returned here to refresh himself and changed his clothing. Today he changed into the pajamas she had bought for him that he had never worn before and crawled into the bed he had never lain on before. The medicine was bitter and tasted nothing like oranges, despite what the packaging said. When he laid his head down on the pillow, he felt very strange. His head felt like it was floating, detached from his body. The rest of him felt heavy and he seemed to be sinking down into the soft mattress below him. When he closed his eyes, it felt as if he were drifting along a river. It was the most comforting feeling he had ever experienced. The girl that suddenly appeared before him was familiar. It was the girl that stared at him so strangely whenever he visited Konoha. She was pretty, he noted in a distant sort of way. He'd never seen her with her hair out of the twin buns that she usually kept it in. It was longer than he would have thought, cascading in waves down to her mid-back, swaying from side to side as she threw her head back in laughter. Her velvet brown eyes sparkled with humor, and Gara wondered if he had ever thought of someone as pretty before. If he recalled correctly, her name was Tenten. She was one of Naruto's friends, only a year older than himself. He couldn't remember much else about her. The only people he knew well from their village were Naruto and Kakashi, the 2 people he had spent the most time with. Naruto because the other young man was his first friend, and Kakashi because they attended cage conferences together. Tsunade had usually been too busy drinking during the conferences to speak about personal things. His vision of the girl widened to include the room she was in. He could see others that he recognized but could not name, classmates of Naruto. They all appeared to be in a restaurant, eating and having fun together, as he had heard friends were wont to do. Personally, Gara had never found the need for idle socialization. He spent time with his family at meals, and the rest of his time was devoted to his work as Keisuke. Yet he found himself wishing he could be a part of the scene beforehand. They all looked so happy. He wondered who had made the girl Tenten laugh, if he might be able to make her laugh as well. He wasn't particularly funny. At least, not when he meant to be. Kankuro laughed at him all the time, even when he wasn't sure why. When the scene began to fade, Gara tried hard to hold on to it. She was so pretty, he wanted to keep watching her. He had the strangest sensation of blooming, of coming up out of water. Then his eyes opened and sunlight was streaming in through the window. Which was odd because he had only just closed his eyes and it had been a mere few hours after dark. He was just sitting up when the door opened and Temri stepped in. "Oh good, you're up," she said. "I was just coming to wake you. We were starting to get worried." "Wake me?" "Worried?" The groggy sound of his voice was strange to his own ears. He coughed a couple of times to clear it away. "It's well past noon," Temri told him. Gara blinked at her, unable to comprehend that. How could it be past noon? It had just been evening. That was impossible. Clutching the covers in his fists, he asked, "How can that be? What's happened?" "When I closed my eyes it was 10 o'clock. And when I opened them," he broke off, staring in confusion. Temri came over to sit next to him. "You slept, that's what happened," she said in a soothing voice. "When you sleep you're not aware of time passing. You just rest. And drain." He frowned. "I believe I did drain. That's a good thing." She patted him on the knee. But you'll have to get up now before the council throws a fit. They are already thinking of who to nominate for the next casegage if case you never wake up. Perez rolled toward the ceiling and he smiled. Temery had no patience for the council. Gara spent the rest of that day continuously checking the time to make sure it was passing as normal. Losing such a large amount of time, having it just disappear like that, had made him very uncomfortable. Yet, that was not the only thing that occupied his mind. When Kankuro joined him for dinner, he asked, "Kankuro, what are dreams for?" His brother paused with his chopsticks halfway up to his painted mouth. I suppose that depends on what you were dreaming about. If it was a dream about a person..." He peeked at his own food, moving it around the plate absently. Kankuro took a large bite and chewed it while eyeing him contemplatively. "If you have a dream about a specific person, it usually means they're your soulmate. You knew that though, right? Everybody does it, sees their soulmate in their dreams." Gara nearly dropped his chopsticks. "Soulmate?" "Yeah," Kankuro said. "If your soulmate is awake while you're sleeping, you can see what they are doing." "You didn't know that." Gara shook his head and Kankuro rubbed the base of his hairline, looking slightly put off. It was easy to forget that the casegage didn't know certain things, not having any normal interactions growing up. Gara hummed and stared, unseeing at his plight. So that Tenten girl was his soulmate. He mulled this over in his head, looking at it from all angles. Kankuro almost choked on his food when he suddenly smiled widely. "Kankuro, I have a soulmate," he announced proudly. His brother coughed, thumping his own chest to clear his airways. "Good for you," he wheezed. "That's awesome." Gara nodded. It was pretty awesome, him having a soulmate. He couldn't wait until they traveled to Konoha. He wanted to speak to this Tenten. Perhaps this was the reason that she watched him so closely at every opportunity. Obviously, she slept every night like most people. It was likely that she dreamt of him every night, since he never slept. He hoped that she would be amenable to cultivating a closer relationship. Waiting the 3 more weeks until it was time for his sister's wedding was strangely difficult. Gara had caved after a week and asked Temery for more of the substance that had put him to sleep. He wanted to see if he would dream again. It would be worth it, he thought, even at the cost of the disorientation of time loss. Unfortunately, she had refused him. Apparently taking medication when it wasn't necessary was bad for his health. He'd never been so disappointed to be free of the common cold. The trip to the land of fire was much slower than normal, bogged down as they were by the large retinue it was necessary to bring with them. Having the sister of the casegage marry and immigrate to another hidden village required quite a bit more pomp and ceremony than Gara was used to. He preferred quiet, private functions attended only by those he was close to. He chafed at the need to walk slowly instead of being able to simply fly through the treetops as they normally did. Temery walked with him, attempting an image of serenity yet achieving an impression of internalized panic. It was a relief to finally walk through the gates of Konoha and be greeted by Kakashi in his formal robes. Gara returned the greeting with as few words as possible, his concentration scattered while he searched the faces of the welcoming crowd. When he finally spotted the one he was looking for, she had already turned away, leaving the area with a couple of friends. It was easy to politely excuse himself and step away from gathering. Kakashi waved him off with a slyly understanding smile while offering to see to the accommodations of his retinue. Gara wondered if Kakashi knew of the potential match between him and one of Konoha's citizens. He didn't stick around to ask, however. Instead, he slipped quietly away, trying not to draw attention to himself. It was harder to do that nowadays, now that people weren't actively trying to pretend he didn't exist. Luckily, most people's attention was on the brighter bee today, so he managed to find himself alone when he caught up to the girl and her 2 friends. "Pardon me," he called out. The trio ahead stopped and looked back. Oh, wow, Gara. How he had missed Sakura was beyond him. Her pink hair should have been distinctive enough to identify her, yet she had failed to catch his attention. The other girl, Ino, he thought, nudged Tenten with a suggestive waggle of her eyebrows. "Hello, Sakura," he said. "If you don't mind, I would like to speak to your friend alone for a moment. That is, if I may speak to you, Tenten." His face felt warm for some reason when he realized he should probably have spoken directly to her. Tenten looked surprised, but she still eagerly waved her friends away. He couldn't help but notice that her hair was different today. Her traditional buns had a braid of hair dangling from each that merged with each other in the center and flowed down her back. It passed across his mind that she still looked very pretty, that she would likely look pretty no matter how she wore her hair. When she turned to him and smiled, the warmth in his face spread down his neck. He wondered if perhaps he had caught another cold. "What was it you wanted to talk to me about, Keisuke-sama?" Tenten asked him. "Just Gara is fine," he told her first. Then he realized he hadn't planned what he would say. All that time waiting to see her, and he hadn't thought of a single thing to say when he did. They looked at one another in awkward silence until he suddenly blurted, "I dreamt of you." Tenten looked surprised, then she smiled and told him shyly, "I dream of you all the time." "I have never dreamed before. But Temari helped me sleep and I saw you. Kankura says that means we are soulmates." "I didn't know that." His words came in scattered, choppy sentences, and he found himself very nervous. Tenten was looking at him with wonder in her eyes. "I knew you couldn't sleep, so I figured you didn't know," she admitted. Now that you do know, what, do you want to?" She trailed off with reddening cheeks, clasping her hands in front of her. "Would you like to have dinner with me tonight?" Gara asked quietly. "Dinner?" Tenten's eyes widened. "With the Keisuke? What do you wear when you're having dinner with the Keisuke?" He had a feeling that her question was more for herself than for him, going by how dazed she looked. He smiled in what he hoped was an encouraging manner. "Yes. I hope we can get to know each other better." Snapping out of her daze, Tenten regarded him in a considering manner. Her cheeks were still a bit pink, but she seemed to have collected herself enough to nod decisively and give him a confident grin. Gara was startled when she reached out and hooked an arm through his before setting off in the direction she had been heading before with her two friends. "Right, you want to get to know me. Here's how you get to know me. Training." Tenten turned her head to give him the widest grin that would fit on her face. "How's your taijutsu?" Feeling like the wind had been stolen from his lungs, Gara rasped, "I'm willing to learn more." Her smile grew brighter and he found it even harder to breathe. He could understand now why she stared at him so much. He thought he could happily spend the rest of his life staring back. Chapter 40, Zabuza Bhaka, the one where you remember your past lives. The cliché of it bothered him more than it probably should have. Of course, it had to be a coffee shop where they found each other again. He was ordering a coffee from a Tacha, who looked about as thrilled to be working here as he usually did, and poking fun at his best friend's misfortune at being stuck in a job in the worst coffee chain in the city. It was extra fun because Itachi couldn't snack back at him with sarcastic vitriol when he was on shift. That was when the hand touched his elbow. "Zabuza. Zabuza." He felt like he knew the voice even though he was sure he'd never heard it in this lifetime. Sure enough, when he turned around, there he was. Haka was unchanged by the generations between their first meeting and this one. His hair was still long and dark, looking like a waterfall of silk framing a face of porcelain. His features were still feminine enough that he could pass for either gender without question. Zabuza drank him in like a glass of water after 3 days in the desert. "Found you, Zabuza." Haku smiled as he reached out and took one of Zabuza's hand in both of his own. "Looks like I'm almost as old as you this time. Isn't that strange?" "Yeah," he murmured, further words escaping him for the moment. He was almost 25 now and he'd been wondering about it lately. It was usually within the next few years that they met, although it was usually him that found Haku. He'd never seen Haku so close to his own age there. His chest tightened with raw emotion. He'd never seen Haku live past 15 at the most. "Being grown up is weird," Haku said with a smile, crinkling his nose while he laughed at himself. Zabuza took a shaky breath before using his free arm to draw the younger man into his chest. "I swear I'll protect you this time," he murmured. Haku returned his hug with enthusiasm, decorum and the people around them forgotten in the excitement of their reunion. A tiny face nuzzled into his shirt right above where his heart was thundering against his ribs. He held tighter. This time, he promised himself, this time they would have a life together. This time they would get the chance they had been denied with each and every reincarnation. "I know you will, Zabuza," Haku said. "Because you love me." Zabuza was not a man who cried easily, and he would deny the wetness on his cheeks to his dying day. I do, Haku. Chapter 41, Deidara Sakura, the one where only one remembers. The first time they meet they are enemies. His hair is long and hers is short, he is a fan of explosives and she is a medical ninja with fists of distraction. The moment he lays eyes on her he knows they are soulmates. This knowledge means absolutely nothing to him. He doesn't know her and he doesn't want her. She is in the way of his art and he has no compunctions about trying to blow her up. When he reaches his end in that life she is not even on his mind. The second time they meet it has been 100 years and he is reincarnated twice already. She is buying clothing at the store he stops into. She looks up when he bumps into her, nods at his apology, and goes back to what she was doing. She doesn't know who he is. Distantly he had known to expect us. That he remembers her is a sure sign that she will not remember him. It's still a little jarring. He's a good person in this life, a traveling salesman who's done little wrong and never been caught on the wrong side of the law. Still he walks away without speaking to her. They don't meet again in that life. The third time they meet he's not sure how many years have passed. He was raised on the streets and never learned to read. He has no idea what the date is, barely knows what city he is in. He does know her face, though, when she stops into the corner store only moments before he was about to rob it. The gun stays in his pocket while he watches the way she walks. He follows her into the parking lot, but he can't bring himself to do anything more than watch in silence as she gets in her car and drives away. He is not a good person this time. He is rough and directionless, so much wasted space. They meet a second time in that life, very briefly. His hair is short and hers is long. He has risen from the ashes of his poor beginning and made something of himself. He spends 3 years tracking her down only to watch her from afar for an hour before leaving. She continues her date with her husband, unaware. The fourth time they meet he touches her on the arm. She listens while he explains in his brash, unrefined way that he recognizes her, that they are soulmates. She smiles and falls into his arms like a puzzle piece that has been missing for too long. They only have 8 years together before sickness takes him, but she is there at his bedside near the end and he thinks she must remember him now. The fifth time they meet it takes him all of 10 seconds to realize that she does not, in fact, remember him. That they have not met enough times yet. He sits with her all night at the festival and they dance to music, eat ice cream, anything she wants. And at the end of the night she doesn't know who he is. He doesn't tell her. He walks away and doesn't look back. It hurts too much to look in her eyes and know that she has forgotten every moment they shared, every burning touch. The lack of love in those eyes threatens to ruin him and he leaves before she has the chance. The sixth time the meet lasts only 2 minutes. He opens his eyes and she is wrist deep in his blood. He tries to hold on, to breathe. He's not sure how it happened. Explosives had been his specialty before and they were again now. But it all went wrong and then it all went dark. He goes with the screams in his ear. The seventh time they meet as children. They live down the road from each other and he grows up knowing better than to say something. He grows up the class outcast, too interested in science and which chemicals will go boom. She grows up the class princess, spending more time with her makeup than her books. She never forgets to make time for him and he never forgets to hurt the ones that hurt her. He sends her to college and then university. He walks her to her first job interview. He walks her down the aisle when she gets married. He stays and stays but never speaks. When they are old and grey and her husband is gone she asks him why he never married. He tells her he never loved anyone but her. And she smiles and calls him a good friend. The eighth time they meet he hates her. This time he comes from money and privilege. He owns a progressive art studio and his creations are sought after the world over. It is his art that brings her to him. She comes from money too and he hates the person she has grown into. She is arrogant and entitled. She demands and expects. He turns her away and refuses her commission. This is not the person she was meant to be. He will not love her like this. He doesn't even try. The ninth time they meet she pursues him. This is his 23rd reincarnation and a lot of time has passed. The world has changed and technology has improved. Alongside that, fashion has changed as well. They are rival fashion designers, and it amuses him to compare all their past selves to this one. Knowing what he does of his previous reincarnations, is sure he would be horrified to see himself like this. He's sure she would be too. It surprises him when she begins to warm up to him. It startles him when she asked for a date. It shocks him when she asked for a second. In all the times they have met, she has never seemed so interested. On their honeymoon years later, in a pod hotel deep beneath the sea, he asks her what drew her to him for that first date. She tells him she felt connected to him, as if called to him somehow. He keeps his silence and smiles. Maybe. The 10th time they meet on a starship bound for another sector. It is 3,000 years after the first time they met, and humanity is expanding into the universe. He steps on board, and as they are introducing him to the rest of the crew, he hears his name shouted from across the flight deck. Dara. He turns just in time to catch her in his arms. Pink locks of hair are held back by her hologear, displaying her beautiful green eyes for him to grin at. Sakura, he says calmly, belying the frantic beating of his heart. I remember you, she says, running a gentle hand down his cheek. He says nothing back, only pulls her in for a kiss as generations and centuries and missed opportunities fall off of him like forgotten dust. She remembers him. And she loves him. He is home. Chapter 42, Hinata Batacha, the one where you have half of your chakra. His brother had asked him once what it felt like to fight with only half of your chakra. Itachi had compared it to reaching a closed door made of glass. You could see what was there on the other side, you could feel it, but no matter what you did you could not reach it. And yet it wasn't nearly as annoying as his brother seemed to think it was. How can you miss something that you've never had? Sasuke had been lucky enough to meet his soulmate the first year he joined the academy. Itachi, however, had yet to meet his own, and therefore had never unlocked the other half of the chakra that should have been available to him. He had never seemed to need it. Having only half of his chakra had not stopped him from becoming the youngest captain ANBU had ever seen. How much chakra he had available to him was the farthest thing from his mind today, however. Today he was on the hunt. Itachi had noticed that every time he picked his brother up from school there were 2 chakra signatures that followed him around. He'd been worried at first. One of them was the demon fox container, Uzumaki Naruto. Then he had learned that his brother had made friends with Naruto, who turned out to be a sweet boy who desperately needed a friend, so he decided not to worry about that one. The second follower remained a mystery. A mystery that he was going to solve today. Threats against his little brother were not allowed and not taken lightly. Itachi blended seamlessly into the shadows as he moved through the trees, as silent as the breeze that tousled his hair. He flitted from branch to branch, locked onto the mystery chakra signature, and moving in fast. Whoever they were stationary just beyond the border of the training field his brother and the fox container were both using. They had said something about target practice and headed out. Itachi had been planning to enjoy his day off at home alone. The moment he noticed that second chakra following the 2 boys, however, he had headed out straight away. He was going to find them today and warn them. Any harm done to his brother would be returned threefold upon them. When the signature was just below him, Itachi stopped, activating his Sharingan and looking down. He could see the form of a young girl hiding amateurishly behind a tray. She appeared to be staring at the 2 boys training, making no move to join them, only observe. He frowned and dropped silently behind her, taking in more information. She looked to be about the same age as Sasuke. She had short, dark hair and a slim build. Her fur-lined jacket held no clan markings, but the holster on her thigh marked her as a fellow student in the academy. As he watched, she clutched both hands in front of herself. Please work hard, Naruto-kun, he heard her whisper. At that, his eyebrow rose up. So it wasn't his brother she was following after all, it was the fox container. Interesting. Oi, he called softly to get her attention. He had to be certain after all. At the sound of his voice the girl squeaked and whipped around, obviously startled and embarrassed to have been caught. When she took in the sight of his ANBU uniform she looked even more frightened. Then they met each other's eyes. For a split second there was terror as she registered his active Sharingan, swelling lazily in both eyes. Then she was gaping as presumably she felt the same strange feeling that he did. It was like a key unlocking something in the very depths of his soul, and that which had been trapped inside came rushing out, flooding him with energy the likes of which he had never known. "Hello," the girl whispered. Itachi deactivated his Sharingan, hoping that would make her feel more at ease. "Hello. My name is Itachi. You must be the Hyuga heiress." He knew of the two main branch sisters from the Hyuga family, although he had never met either of them, and he was aware that the older of the two was in Sasuke's class. He was surprised to see her shake her head. "Oh, and no," Hinata said. "Not anymore. My younger sister is being trained to become clan head now. I was too weak. Hanabi is much stronger." Itachi frowned. He very much doubted that anyone who came from the main branch of the Hyuga clan could be anything less than incredibly powerful. Untrained and unsure of herself, however, he could tell she was those things. Which absolutely would not do. No soulmate of his was going to go through life thinking she was weak and unworthy. She looked surprised when he reached out a saying and asked her, "Come with me." When she took his hand, however, hers was steady in his grip and he saw the smothered spark of fiery light in her eyes. He led her from the area to a clearing in the forest where he liked to train by himself. Though they made a promise to grow stronger together, to always be more than others expected of them. There, they tamed the freshly unlocked oceans of chakra that they hadn't had before. Years later, when Hanabi was officially named the heir to the Hyuga main branch, Hayasha mentioned to Hinata that this meant she would need to be marked with the Hyuga curse seal. Her response was, in so many words, "I'd like to see you try." Itachi nearly burst from pride. Truly she had blossomed into the most beautiful flower in the garden of Konoha. Chapter 43, Madara Tobarama, the one where you have a tattoo of your soulmate's passion. There wasn't a day that went by in the last few years that Madara did not envy his brother. Izuna was blessed with one soul mark, only one, and it was very clear what it was. The Neginata that ran down his brother's arm, handle patterned with flowers, could not have more obviously been a tribute to the crazy woman Tuka. Tuka was a simple creature whose biggest passion in life was the thrill of battle. Her passion was easy to interpret, as was his own brother's love for family, manifesting itself as a pair of clasped hands on the bottom of Tuka's left foot. It was most common for someone to have only one soul mark, advising them in advance what their soulmate's truest passion would be. It was rarer for a person to manifest two, but it was possible. Hashirama had two, a blade on one palm and a heart on the other. Most people's soul marks developed early on in life while their soulmate grew and realized who they are as a person. In both of these respects, Madara was unique, unheard of. He had multiple soul marks, many more than two, and they continued to appear as he grew older. By the time the Senju and Uchiha had made peace and built a village together, Madara was 29 and bore a total of 14 soul marks. He had been delighted as a 10-year-old to discover a rather lovely sword on his forearm. He was startled a couple of years later to discover a white feline shape on his hip devoid of any other details. At the base of his spine there grew a tree with reaching branches, appearing when he was 15. At 18 he acquired a pair of hands making the Inu hand sign. Now at 27 he had a second sword on the opposite forearm, a beaker, what looked like a stylized wave of water, no less than 4 different books, a row of children's shadows all holding hands, and a small clutch of blueberries, of all things. The most recent soul mark had only shown up a fortnight ago. He had awakened to find a tongue of flame with a leaf in its center decorating the base of his neck. Rather than smile, because it was obvious that this was a representation of the newly coined Will of Fire, which meant his soulmate must reside in Konoha, Madara had scowled instead. What the bloody hell was wrong with his soulmate? Could they not pick something? Were they so flighty that their interests changed every few years? Just thinking about it continued to put him in a foul mood, even now. He had accompanied his brother to spar on the training grounds at the eastern edge of the village, hoping to burn off some of his frustration. Instead he found himself sitting on a tree stump and scowling jealously at Izuna while he sparred with Tobirama. Hashirama had been entertaining himself working on fine-tuning anew with Star Jetsu, but upon noticing his best friend's gloom he abandoned the effort to come over and be as annoying as possible. Or possibly to attempt to make him feel better. It was amazing how often those two things coincided. "Are you sure you won't tell me what's wrong?" Hashirama asked him, grinning widely and bumping their shoulders together. Madara sneered and pushed him back in the opposite direction, then he stood up and stomped off to walk along the perimeter of the training grounds. He felt restless but was reluctant to leave. He hadn't felt comfortable leaving Azuna and Tobirama alone ever since the incident when the blasted Senju had almost killed his brother. Hashirama trotted along behind him, gathering flowers from the tree vines and weaving a crown as they walked. Madara kept a watch on him from the corner of his eye. There was no way he was wearing that floral idiocy when it was finished. Just let Hashirama try. He stopped walking when his eyes fell upon a blueberry bush. His nose wrinkled and his hand twitched to reach down and trace the small picture on the back of his ankle. It was an easy compulsion to resist, though, so instead he knelt down and tugged some of the berries off their stands. Blueberries! Hashirama exclaimed, hurrying to his side to look at his spoils. You should give those to Tobirama. Madara looked at his friend like he had grown a third limb. Why on earth would I give them to Tobirama? He asked. Hashirama beamed. Because they're his favorite, of course. He loves blueberries. Madara blinked at him while his ankle seemed to tingle from where it was hidden by his wrappings. Does he murmured quietly. The small indigo berries rolled across his palm as he tilted his hand absently from side to side. Yes, Hashirama said. The last time I found blueberries I took a whole basket full of them home and he was so pleased he wasn't even mad that I got home 2 days later than I should have been. He stopped and seemed to think for a moment. Actually, I still haven't told him that the elders rejected the idea of him training children from other clans again. Maybe I should take some myself to soften the blur later. With that, the leader of their village knelt down and began to strip the bush of its fruit, flower crown cocked rakishly on his own head. Madara was blinking again. He wants to train children from other clans, he asked. That was the first he had heard of this. Hashirama had procured a small bag from who knows where in his robes. He spoke while he filled it bit by bit. Tobirama adores children and he really likes teaching. He's good at it too. You wouldn't think so, but he's very patient when he's teaching someone. But he doesn't think it's in keeping with the spirit of the peace between clans if he only trains Senju children. He wants to build a team of kids from different clans and see how well all their strengths and weaknesses can be molded together, played off each other. The elders think he's crazy. He stood up and grinned childishly to himself as he pinched his little baggie closed. So he's invested in the village then? Madara asked carefully. I thought peace between the clans was your dream, not his. Hashirama looked surprised. Tobirama worked even harder to build the village than I did. He's always wanted peace too, he just never thought it was possible. Now that we have the village, well, it was him I was thinking about when I came up with the Wall of Fire. I truly believe he would die to protect any person in this village. That's just who he is. Despite what people think, my brother is a very passionate person. Hashirama turned to continue walking, eyes peeled for another treat-laden bush. Madara went after slowly, his mind racing. Why he was even considering what he was considering was beyond him. The very idea of it was ludicrous. But what if it were true? He couldn't take the risk of not knowing. I've never heard Tobirama described as passionate before, he hedged, trying to encourage his friend to continue talking about the man without seeming to. Hashirama, of course, was more than happy to continue babbling. He was very good at babbling. Occasionally it was even useful. He is the... Hashirama said. He's not very open with people that aren't in his inner circle, but once you get close to him is incredibly warm and he would do absolutely anything for you. And it's not just people. He's passionate about so many things. When he loves someone or something, he loves with his whole heart. Like his research and his jutsu and his summons. You'd think we had feline siblings the way he takes care of them. The crazy idea was starting to sound less and less crazy, which of course was the craziest part of all. All of the marks on his body were swirling before his mind's eye like a checklist, ticking themselves off one by one as his friend made mention of them. He had always thought of his soulmate as frivolous, skipping from passion to passion and leaving behind the remnants of their obsessions as empty marks on his skin. Yet, what if the opposite were true? What if his soulmate was simply collecting more interests, gathering more things to include in their overflowing love for life and all its intricacies? Any better to gift him with the mark of a cresting wave than the most famous water jutsu user in all of Fire Country? Who better to mark him with the hand sign Inu, commonly associated with water release, than the man who created new jutsu in his spare time? Who better to stab him with an image of a beaker than the most prolific scientist in their little fledgling village? And who else would brand him with books than the man who had a bigger library than the actual Konoha library? Madara had seen inside Tobirama's home only once, and he hadn't moved past the door, waiting impatiently for Hashirama to leave with him, but he had seen enough to know that nearly every available wall was covered with bookshelves. There was only one thing that he still needed to know in order to confirm his wild suspicions. And he had no idea how to ask without informing Hashirama what he was thinking of. If he was wrong, he did not want his friend to know that he had considered the more possible by the minute possibility. He was still considering how to phrase the question when Hashirama turned to him with a brilliant smile. "I don't see any more blueberries, so I'm going to take these home and cool them," he said. "I'll tell Toby tonight about the elders being stupid, and then I'll make him feel better with chilled berries." He waved, and Madara lifted a lazy hand as the brunette leapt off towards Haun. Turning, he peeked out through the tree separating him from the training field, noting that Azuna and Tobirama seemed to be close to ending their spar. They were well matched in skill as long as the Senju did not employ his Horatian speed, but Azuna also had less stamina. If it came down to a tie between them, Tobirama was usually able to win simply by outlasting the Underman. His brother's face was drenched in sweat, and he was obviously heaving for breath. In contrast, Tobirama's movements were as smooth as they had been at the beginning of the spar, and he breathed no more heavily than light exercise might merit. It was therefore unsurprising when Azuna was penned less than a minute later, tapping out against his opponent's arm to signal his surrender. Their voices were muffled by distance as the two of them spoke lightly afterwards. Madara watched from afar, taking note of how relaxed their body language was and how one corner of the Senju's mouth actually quirked up infinitesimally at one point. He wondered when the two of them had become friends and how he hadn't seen it. Izuna, it seemed, had forgiven his near-death experience. When Madara slipped out of the trees and walked towards them, he noticed Tobirama's face sliding back into perfect neutrality, the way he always saw it. Hashirama's word played in his mind, and he wondered if maybe the man would ever smile around him if they could learn to accept each other and become close. This morning the very idea would have made him laugh incredulously. Now it sounded strangely nice. "Brother," Izuna greeted him happily, still trying to regulate his breathing. "We were just finished. Will you walk with us?" "Actually, I wish to speak with Tobirama." He looked to the man in question, "if that is all right." If he was surprised by the request, it didn't show. Tobirama nodded and gestured for Izuna to go on without him. Izuna waved to them both and set off at a light jog which had petered out into a brisk walk by the time he reached the path beyond the chain-link safety barrier. Madara shook his head and made a mental note to do stamina-building exercises with his brother. Then he turned to the one he had questions for. Only the questions wouldn't come. The problem was the same as if was with Hashirama. If he was wrong, he didn't want this man to know he had considered it. It would be mortifying, especially considering how coldly he had treated him up until now. The silence stretched as they stared at each other, his brain scrambling to find the right words. When they didn't come, he knew he had to say something, and he leapt onto the first excuse that came to mind. "I want you to teach me a water jutsu." He barely hid his wince as Tobirama lifted one eyebrow. Nervousness made him continue speaking, spilling half-truths and word vomit. "Our younglings often practice climb jutsu within the compound, and I'm getting tired of the property damage. Knowing a water jutsu would make putting the fire out a lot quicker." Tobirama tilted his head to one side, and his eyes seemed to stare into the middle distance. Madara scowled defensively. Even if he was lying, he didn't want to be called out on it. He was surprised when the other man noticed his expression and made a placating gesture. "I am trying to think of which to suggest," he explained. "Many of them would not be suited to you." Madara opened his mouth to speak but stopped, fascinated as he watched Tobirama's eyes light up and his expression settle into something gentler than he had ever seen as the man ostensibly slipped into teacher persona. "Your nature is fire, which is directly against the nature of the jutsu you are trying to learn," Tobirama said. "This would make a great deal of them difficult for you and counterproductive in the situation you wish to use it for. Are there many open bodies of water in your clan compound?" "I haven't been inside since it was built." He was kind enough not to mention that he had not gone with him because most Uchiha would look at him with suspicion if he went there. Are bodies of water? Madara asked. Rain barrels, water troughs, wells, that sort of thing. He gave it some thought. I don't think so. Most of our water comes from the plumbing system, which Hashirama never got around to telling me the origins of. Quite clever, that. Thank you. Without open water available, it will be harder for you. I know a few jutsu I believe you could learn even without having water as your nature, but I would need to train you with moving the water first. Madara listened, he really did, but after the other man stopped talking, all he said was, wait, you created the plumbing system? I drew up the plans for it, the Senju admitted. Madara wondered why he was even surprised. Who else could have come up with something so brilliant, so intricate yet simple? He had not had indoor plumbing when he had lived in the rough encampment before they built the village. Now he couldn't imagine life without it. Hot showers were a luxury he had never experienced but had quickly grown addicted to. He watched the other man make a circular motion with his hand and, without even weaving a hand sign, was able to procure a small globe of water in his palm. It was the mark of a truly powerful shinobi who could manipulate their element without a single hand sign. It would be best if you started by learning to shape the element in its pure form. From there it will be easier for you to learn a functional jutsu and call the water to you from your surroundings such as plants or even the air if the day is foggy. He sat down cross-legged on the grass and gestured for Madara to do the same. If you would, the first step would be to infuse this with your chakra. Madara reached out and pressed his hand within the sphere of liquid, allowing his chakra to seep out and fuse with the water. 2 hours later, he had gained an appreciation for every person who learned jutsu outside of their given natures. It was incredibly difficult to manipulate an element he did not connect with. He found himself quite surprised with how patient Tobirama was. He was not overtly encouraging, but he never once complained when Madara ruined the water sphere, simply gathered a new one and tried to phrase his instructions in a more helpful manner. It was hard work, but Madara had succeeded in learning to move the water around him at will. When he infused it with his chakra, he was able to use that as a point of communication, a conduit for his will, and he was able to make the water dance and sway drunkenly through the air. It wasn't nearly as graceful as Tobirama's skill with it, but he still felt it was a great accomplishment. He was oddly proud of himself for it. I believe that is enough for today, Tobirama eventually spoke up. It's getting late. If you wish, I have time tomorrow that I could spend showing you how to pull the water from your surroundings. That would be the next step you need to master. I lied, he burst out, stopping the other man's movements. I didn't need to learn a water jutsu. Tobirama narrowed his eyes, the calm gentle look slipping off his face and quickly morphing into a familiar expression of ire. Then what, pray tell, was the point of wasting my time in such a manner? Madara let his eyes fall to the side as he gathered the courage that had failed him earlier. I was trying to ask you something else and could not find the words. I was trying to ask, he sighed and forced himself to make eye contact, drawing himself up and calling upon the ingrained Uchiha arrogance that was usually so good at projecting. I wanted to ask what your soul mark is. That is a very private question. Tobirama's eyes narrowed even more. What reason could you possibly have for wanting to know? Madara stared back at him, false arrogance creating a buffer to hide the writhing in his stomach. After so much time thinking about it, he had realized that there really was no way to ask without giving the real reason. Saying he thought it was someone else wouldn't work, he would have simply said them instead. If he wanted to know, he would need to bite the bullet. He took a deep breath. I had a conversation with your brother today which led me to believe that we might be soulmates. The words were heavy on his tongue. I wish to see your mark to confirm the theory. Obviously that was not what the Senju had been expecting. Tobirama blinked at him, his narrowed eyes widening in shock. Then he looked away and his entire body seemed to pause, as if he wanted to think that through fully before reacting one way or another. Madara supposed that was a good sign, that he wasn't being rejected outright. He tried his best to wait patiently while the genius sat in front of him considered what he had said. It was hard. Patience had never been his strongest suit, and he was especially bad at waiting when the subject matter was important to him. That he might have found his soulmate was very important. Finally Tobirama took a slow breath in and made eye contact with him again. There was hesitance in his face but no disgust or anger. If we are, he asked. Madara fought not to squirm under that gaze. Then I would be interested in getting to know you better. Again, it was a half-truth. He would be interested in getting to know Tobirama better if they did turn out to be soulmates. But what he truly hoped was for them to bond. He hoped that they would get along well and fall in love. There was absolutely no way he was saying that out loud, however. Courage would only take him so far, and he drew the line at stupidity. A good shinobi never showed their vulnerabilities, after all. Tobirama nodded and shifted in order to rise to his feet. Curious, Madara followed suit. You'll pardon me if this seems forward, but to show you my soul marker would need to remove my shirt. Tobirama didn't wait for an answer. He was turning away and reaching for the hem of his shirt before he was even finished his sentence. Madara was not prepared for what he discovered underneath that loose fabric. The mark was huge. It covered the entirety of that pale back, curling over the top of his shoulders and stretching all the way down to brush along his waistline. It nearly wrapped around both of his sides as well. A set of beautifully detailed wings were depicted, patterned in black and white and golden brown. The feathers almost seemed to ruffle with every shift of the muscles they decorated. He would have looked like an angel from a children's story if Madara had not immediately recognized the design on those wings. That pattern, he said quietly. I know it. It's from the first hawk I ever tamed. At his words, Tobirama spun around and looked at him in amazement. Hawk? He asked in a surprisingly faint voice. Madara nodded. I enjoy hawking in my spare time. It's not something I talk about often because it's not an activity that I found many people are interested in. But it is my favorite pastime. He felt a little awkward as he tried not to stare at Tobirama's exposed chest. He'd never seen the other man without a shirt on before. It appeared he had been missing out. Tobirama fiddled with the shirt in his hands, twisting the material in his fingers as he asked, "And your mark?" I have always wondered what might represent me. What does yours look like? Which one? Madara nodded. Ah, pardon. Senju, I've got 14 blasted marks from you. I'm a walking canvas. And it's your fault. His words might have sounded upset, but they were softened by the smile that was fighting its way onto his face. He tried to stop it with limited success. The shock in the other man's face was just too amusing. 14. Later, Madara would blame it on the high of finally finding the one he had been looking for all his life. It was the lone excuse that could explain why his mouth suddenly spouted what could only be described as flirtatious drivel. Millimeter. And if you're very nice to me, perhaps I'll even let you try to find them all. Realizing what he had said, Madara turned to walk away, leaving the impression of confidence when truly he was mortified by his own words. What had gotten into him, he would love to know. Still, it was satisfying that he managed to get almost entirely across the field before Tobirama managed to pick up his jaw and chase after him. He heard his name being called but did not respond at first. He was still waiting for his blush to wane. Finally, the younger man caught up to him and they walked side by side. Soulmates, Tobirama murmured quietly to himself. From the corner of his eye, Madara could see a vaguely pleased expression. Thank you for approaching me. This promises to be interesting. Madara laughed because that was the biggest understatement he had ever heard in his life. Interesting indeed. He shook his head. If we don't manage to kill each other, we still have to fend off each other's family. Are you sure this is going to be worth it? HMPH. I should think you were used to dealing with Hashirama by now, Tobirama countered. And you, Izuna. He thought about how relaxed and open they had both been while training together, how they were walking with a careful amount of space between them now. Are you sure you don't want to run for the hills now? Tobirama gave him a strange look that did odd things to his stomach. Not until I found those 14 marks, he said with a wink. Madara was still standing there spluttering when Tobirama's laughter faded down the path. Chapter 44, Madara, Tobirama, the one where your eyes change his color. Tobirama was infamous for many things. All of Fire Country knew him for his stoicism and ruthless nature. Stories about his prowess in battle had spread through all of the 5 elemental nations. The one thing he was most famous for, however, was that none knew what he looked like. If you were unlucky enough to face him in battle, then you were going to die. It was as simple as that. No one could truly claim that they had ever seen him outside of the battlefield. He was a secretive man who existed as a shadow, a gal that haunted the nightmares of shinobi of every caliber. No one knew why Senju Tobarama was kept so secret. When not involved in battle, he appeared to stay within his client's hidden compound, the Pier-2. Since no one could say for sure what he looked like, no one could ever say for sure whether he traveled or not. He might appear in a group of Senju facing you in battle, and you would never know until your entire squad had fallen. It took until the Uchiha and Senju clients finally made peace that the identity of Tobarama was revealed. Many were astounded to discover that the pale man with one eye covered who always faced off against Azuna was in fact the infamous Tobarama. When Madara and Hashirama shook hands and agreed to make peace between them, to build a village together and foster peace with as many clans as possible, they also rekindled a long-lost friendship by introducing their younger brothers. When Hashirama cheerfully bopped a hand off of the white-haired man's bicep and declared, "This is my younger brother, Tobarama," Madara had nearly had an apoplectic fit. He was outraged at having been duped by the oldest trick in the book, hiding in plain sight. He was further enraged to note that the infamous Senju refused to look him in the eye. As time passed and their clans interacted more and more while the village was under construction, it became known that Senju Tobarama would look no Uchiha in the eye. He spoke to their foreheads or their cheeks, sometimes to the air just above their shoulders. It was incredibly insulting. Yet, when the matter was brought before Hashirama, the jovial man would only smile secretively and say that his brother had his reasons. The mystery was enough to snag Madara's mind, catching at his attention the way rough skin will catch on silk. It pricked at him, returning to his mind at odd times. He began to watch the man more and more until it developed into an obsession not just with his rude habits but with the man himself. He was an all-round mysterious fellow, and Madara had always loved a good puzzle. One of the more obvious mysteries about him was that he always had his left eye covered. Madara had seen him uncover it in battle once, but he had pulled the cloth back over it by the time he turned his face back to where Madara could see him. No one knew what was under the cloth or why he kept it on. Madara wondered if he was trying to hide whether he still had his soulmate's eye or not. Others wondered if his eye had been lost in battle at some point and he was hiding the hideously disfigured empty socket. Many rumors grew around it, each more wild than the last. On the other hand, one of the more subtle mysteries was what, exactly, he spent his time doing. Tobarama stuck his nose into almost every bureaucratic department of the newly formed village, dropping a suggestion here or offering advice there. He always seemed to be doing paperwork, yet nothing ever seemed to have his name on it. And when he was not at the tower, he appeared to vanish off the face of the earth. Madara never found him when he visited Hashirama's home, nor did he ever see him while walking through the Senju compound. He had tried to follow the man on a few occasions, only to be given the slip time and time again. It was infuriating, yet it kept him coming back for more. It wasn't until a full year had passed that Madara fully realized what it was that drew him to the other man. It wasn't his air of mystery, and it wasn't his intelligence. It wasn't the way he made smart remarks in that dry wit of his then slipped away before anyone realized he had made a jerk at their expense. These were all things that he admired, of course, but they were not the source of the obsession. No. Instead, it was his eyes. It was the fact that his one uncovered eye was a solid ruby red which perfectly matched Madara's left eye. He was obsessed with the possibility. It was probably what led to him being so angry all of the time. Which did not help the situation when Hashirama saw fit to send the both of them on a mission together. They had been spitting and snapping at each other for the last 4 days until even Tuka got tired of it. She and Ikako had taken to retreating to a safe distance whenever either one of them opened their mouths. Madara was almost glad when they encountered larger enemy numbers than they had been expecting. It gave him a much-needed chance to blow off some steam. He threw himself in among the enemy with his weapon raised, lips peeled back from his teeth in a ferocious snarl that gave pause to any who dared face him. Out of obsessive habit, part of him kept track of Tobarama from the corner of his eye. Even as he mowed down the first few ranks of pitifully weak resistance, he kept tabs on Tobarama's path, weaving gracefully from one opponent to the next, cutting each down with ruthlessly efficient skill. Even if he were not strangely fixated with this man, he would still admire his skill in battle, the way he almost seemed to dance around his blade. Things took a turn for south so fast that at first he didn't realize that the battle had shifted. One moment the four of them were almost cleaning the floor with the group they faced. The next an entirely new group had sprung up out of nowhere, filling the air with jetsu and blades until he was trying to look in every direction at once. The Sharingan in his right eye activated with little thought only seconds before Tuka went down, foot entangled in an earth jetsu that threw her to the ground. With his eye active and recording, what happened next was forever engraved in his memory. Tobirama practically howled his cousin's name, his normally stoic face washing over with the kind of fierce rage that one usually only saw in a protective Uchiha. He reached under his faceplate and tore away the fabric covering his left eye. And Madara's heart stopped inside his chest because that was a Sharingan in Tobirama's left eye, an active whirling Sharingan that was spinning so fast he half expected it to melt into a Mangekyo pattern. He was barely able to continue defending himself in his own engagement, too entranced by watching Tobirama slash a path to his fallen kin, ripping his opponents apart with even more speed and precision than before. Each cut of his blade was precise and each flow of muscle crisp, no movement wasted. The fight was over within minutes after that. Tobirama stood over Tuka like some guardian out of legend, hacking down anyone stupid enough to come close to him. Madara and Hikaku cleaned up the fringes of the battle, herding their prey inwards to the slaughter. It was brutal and effective, and the wild, bloodthirsty parts of him approved wholeheartedly. The blood was still pounding through his veins as he watched Tobirama free Tuka from the earth and help her up, looking her over with his sharp left eye. She waved him off and stabbed her foot a few times to prove she was fine. Hikaku gave Madara a very long sideways look which he ignored. "What the bloody hell sent you?" he snapped. "You've been hiding a Sharingan under there this entire time." Tobirama glanced in his direction but, typically, kept their eyes from meeting directly. "It has been with me since birth, before you get any stupid ideas about me stealing it." Madara huffed and crossed his arms. "Do you think you are the first person outside of our clan to have an Uchiha soulmate? Theft did not cross my mind. You hiding it, however, that did cross my mind. How dare you?" That earned him reactions from all three of his companions, each eerily similar to the others. Tuka and her cousin both looked at him as he had said something colossally stupid, and Hikaku seemed only moments away from dropping his face into his hand. He glared shortly at his clansman, daring him to make a comment. "I beg your pardon," Tobirama growled, "but how is it at all your business? This is why you refused to meet our eyes. Why you hid yourself away all these years. You deny one of my clansmen their soulmate. As if you have a right to decide that all on your own." The rage inside him was only partly altruistic, the righteous anger of a clan head on behalf of his shunted kin. The other part of it was heard over the ashes of possibilities, the crumbling of hopes he dreamt of in private. It was painfully obvious that Tobirama did not want his soulmate. He'd had every opportunity to try to find them. If he wanted them, he would have taken it. "What do I want with a soulmate who does not want me?" Tobirama snarled at him. Madara actually stopped short to gape at him. "No one in your clan has ever had a single good thing to say to me. Why should I give up such an incredible advantage in battle? What would I get in return? Slower reflexes and disappointment." Madara stomped over until they were chest to chest, poking his finger into a dented breastplate while he said, "Who are you to assume they do not want you? Have you tried? Have you asked? They are your soulmate. How could they not? Why do you care?" Tobirama's eyes were twitching as if he were fighting with himself to keep his gaze off-center, to keep his scowl directed at the empty air. "Is it because you've got one red eye?" Tuka chicked it, her tone lightly mocking. Madara's jaw snapped shut as an almost echoing silence descended upon them all, his single Sharingan deactivating in his shock. Despite it still being mid-afternoon, he could swear he heard a cricket somewhere. Tobirama's eyebrows were so high on his forehead they had disappeared under his faceplate. Hikaku had given in to his urges and was holding his face with one palm. Tuka simply looked smug, the harpy. Madara wondered briefly how many people would miss him if he went into hiding for a few years. At least until everyone present had forgotten that this conversation ever happened. "You have one red eye." Tobirama broke the silence after a long time, his words hesitating and his voice low. "I do." Madara answered reluctantly, then hastily added, "Not that it probably connects to you." "Unlikely." "Yes, unlikely." He did not sound mocking like his cousin had. He sounded speculative. That was always a dangerous state for him to be in. They were still standing extremely close together, he suddenly noticed. Toe-to-toe with their torsos all but squashed up against each other. He should step back. Proximity was only making this situation even more awkward than he had already accomplished. He was given no warning. Just as his muscles tensed to take him a step back, Tobirama's eyes suddenly slid over and their gazes met for the first time. His breath hitched as he watched the whirling Sharingan fade away, the Tomo disappearing to leave only a flight ruby red to match his other eye. The other man stared openly as his own left eye obviously changed from red to black. And he stared right back, his mind taking off in leaps and bounds as more than a year's worth of obsession and wondering and wanting suddenly crashed down upon him, leaving him breathless. His body reacted without any conscious thought, reaching out and yanking the Underman forward to crash their lips together. His thoughts rushed about in chaotic disorder, the word soulmate blaring through his mind over and over until it nearly blotted out the rest of his senses. Then they went entirely blank as Tobirama leaned in and kissed him back, nipping fiercely at his lips and pulling viciously at his hair. He had no control over the small moan that slid from his throat. They broke apart gasping, fists holding each other tight and unable to let go. How do you just assume you were unwanted?" he murmured weakly. Tobirama scowled. "And all your vitriol in the past was, what, hopeful flirting?" "I have a vitriolic personality and I suggest you get used to it," Madara snapped. "You were the one who wasted so much time. We could have discovered this quite some time ago if you hadn't been so selfish, making decisions on your own." He continued on, spitting fire and brimstone and releasing all of his pent-up frustration in a maelstrom of waspish lecturing. He chose to ignore the way Hikako was rolling tired eyes in the corner of his vision. If he wanted to be grumpy about this, he felt he had every right to. His lecture was cut short, however, when Tobirama jerked him forward into another kiss that nearly melted his bones. "Are you quite finished?" he asked afterwards. Madara nodded wordlessly. "Good. We should head back to the village. Since someone has taken away my largest battle advantage, I'll need to increase my training to make up for it." Madara gave some thought to protesting. In the end, though, he decided to cut his losses. He had found the other half of himself and solved the mystery of Senju Tobirama all in a single day. Perhaps it would be better to quit while he was ahead, especially as it seemed that their discovery hadn't appeared to put the other man off, per se. He seemed delightfully amenable. He therefore nodded and forced his hands to release Tobirama's silver hair, stepping away and straightening his clothes with as much dignity as he could muster. Tuka's snickering told him that it wasn't very much. True to his word, Tobirama headed straight for the training grounds when they returned home 3 days later. If Madara followed him and sat to the side staring openly, at least now he had an excuse. Chapter 45, Obito, Kasame, the one where you have marks like puzzle pieces. Kasame was beautiful in the ocean. Obito had thought this to himself many times before, and yet it always seemed to catch him unaware, pulling the breath from his chest and squeezing his heart until each beat pounded in his ears. Tonight was no different. The hidden alcove they were in was lit only by the moon, whose light reflected on the water and shimmered on Kasame's broad shoulders. His soulmate stood waist-deep, water lapping at his sides as he stood still and tilted his head back, gazing silently up at the stars. Obito watched him for a while, simply taking in his ruffian beauty. The night air round them was cool and silent, not even a cricket or seabird disturbed their perfect solitude. Looking was only good for so long, however, and soon enough Obito found his feet moving across the sand until they dipped into the ocean. He waded out step by step until the sound of his passage made Kasame turn to look at him. Obito smiled and reached out his hand, his left hand of course, burning hot with proximity. The tops of his fingers were patterned and splashed with color in a manner that looked crooked and uneven. That is, they looked that way until Kasame reached back and slotted his own fingers into the spaces between Obito's. Kasame's fingers completed the pattern, like two puzzle pieces coming together to reveal an image only they could make. Fire and water crashed together where their hands connected, both of their natures entwined together in a harmony that echoed the harmony in their hearts. Kasame's grip tightened and pulled him through the water until he was fitted against the taller man's side, wrapped up in a thickly muscled arm. Obito smiled and raised his head, watching Kasame as his soulmate returned to watching the stars. He wouldn't trade these quiet moments for anything. Chapter 46, Gaara Kakashi, the one we dream of each other. Learning to sleep after the one tails was extracted from him was a larger relief than Gaara could ever have imagined. Being able to lay his head down and rest without worrying about letting loose a violent monster was already relaxing enough. Being allowed to a countless hours of sleep at a time. Being able to rest his body and mind to recharge each and every night. Gaara had never felt so healthy and energized in his entire life. And that wasn't even the best part. The best part was the dreams. Always before, in the rare moments he allowed Shukaku full control, his dreams had an indistinct hazy quality about them. He saw blurred figures moving about and heard muffled voices speaking. Now that he was able to truly fall asleep, he had the opportunity to discover something that should have been his many years ago, his soulmate. The first night that he dreamed of Hate Kakashi, he hadn't known what to make of it. He was aware of what it meant but not aware of what to do with that information. Obviously Kakashi knew that they were soulmates and had never said a thing. Was it because he wasn't wanted? Was he too much of a monster even for the person who shared his soul? The next time they met he had been sure to catch Kakashi alone and ask about it. He'd been incredibly surprised by the older man's sweet but awkward proposal that they try to get to know one another properly. Turned out he was wanted after all. Their relationship was strange. They spent as much time together as official visits would allow, standing close, sharing stories and secrets, but never touching. Gaara understood that the difference in their ages made his soulmate wary of allowing them to follow certain paths, and all he could do was be patient and allow himself to grow. Then of course there was the fact that Gaara was the Kazekage of the Sand village and Kakashi had gone on to become the Hokage of the Lathe. Both were tied irrevocably to their respective homes. It was difficult to be together with so much distance keeping them apart. They were forced to settle for letters most of the time to carry on their conversations. Gaara treasured every word written to him and he waited anxiously for every dream, every stolen glimpse of his other half. He was especially looking forward to tonight. Kakashi had been going to bed earlier than him lately, the proposals from his council keeping him at his desk long after his distant partner had fallen into slumber. He hadn't dreamt of his soulmate in over a week and he was glad to be going to bed at a decent time tonight. Letters could only satisfy him for so long. He wanted to see Kakashi, to check that he looked well, that he was resting enough and he was all right. Gaara had always preferred to confirm things with his own eyes. It didn't take very long for him to fall asleep and sink into a dream. The office of the Hokage came into view almost immediately and Gaara unconsciously relaxed to see Kakashi standing next to his desk, looking out the window. He was wearing his vest with Rekidame Hokage stitched on the back in bright red kanji, and it was a relief to see how well rested and tranquil he appeared. Naruto was in the room with him chattering away while Shikamaru stood sorting some documents on the desk. "You're really sure I'm ready, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto was saying. Kakashi turned to give his student an encouraging thumbs up. "Of course," he said. "If nothing else, I'm very certain that I'm ready to retire." Shikamaru looked up from the desk with a furrowed brow and said, "That's fine and all, but this vacation you're going on once you step down, are you sure you want to go to sooner?" "Very sure," Kakashi said, nodding decisively. "Why sooner, sensei?" Naruto asked. "I thought you hated the heat." Gaara watched Kakashi turn back to the window, the corners of his eyes crinkling as he smiled softly to himself. He had seen the smile underneath only once, but he could still picture it perfectly. "Something very important," Kakashi replied quietly. "Something I think I'm finally ready to explore." As Naruto and Shikamaru gave him strange looks of incomprehension, Gaara smiled in his sleep. Kakashi was coming to see him. He couldn't wait. Chapter 47, Shikamaru was Sakura, the one we feel their emotions. A lot of people had told him throughout his childhood that he was the most excitable Nara they had ever known. Shikamaru generally replied to this with a scowl and a muttered, "Troublesome." He could never make them understand. It wasn't him that was excitable. It was his soulmate. Shikamaru was a pretty calm guy himself. Even as a baby he had never cried much. It was his soulmate that was the excitable one. He was frequently bombarded by dramatic mood swings through the link he shared with this unknown person. At any point in the day he could suddenly have his mood take a turn for the worse, anger or sadness filling him until the frown showed on his face. More frequently, he would suddenly find himself upbeat or excited even when there wasn't anything happening that should make his heart race. In the middle of a boring lecture, he would suddenly be grinning and tamping down the urge to let out a girlish squeal. It was typical behavior of a soul bond, even if his soulmate seemed to be much more excitable than most. Things mellowed out a bit as he and his other half grew older. He hoped it was because they were learning to control their emotions better and not because life was beating them down. He had no idea who or where they were, but he hoped that they were leading a good life. Since he still experienced more fits of random happiness than anything else, he assumed it was a safe bet that they were. Considering what a genius he usually was, Shikamaru was actually a little embarrassed about how long it took him to figure out who his soulmate really was. The fact that she had been right there in front of him the whole time was particularly shameful, he thought. He really should have picked up on the clothes, they were so obvious. His only excuse was that in times of joy or stress he could be forgiven for not noticing his partner's feelings when they blended so well with his own. Otherwise he would have picked up on the fact that they were reacting to the exact same things at the exact same time and had been doing so for almost their entire lives. It took until the day Kakashi-sensei was officially inaugurated as the 6th Hokage for him to finally put everything together, and even then it was kind of an accident. The entire village had been celebrating the change of leadership and the party had gone on long into the night. Shinobi and civilians rubbed elbows and danced side by side, spilling the joy out onto the streets to dance under the stars. Shikamaru and most of his friends had managed to find seats in one of the bars that had sprung up during the reconstruction of the village, and most of them were fairly deep in their cups. Laughter and loud voices rang through his ears while a few dishes of sake kept him mellow. All in all, it was one of the best nights he could remember in his life. Everyone was happy. He had spent the entire day with this strangely fierce ball of pride sitting in his chest, sometimes so intense he could barely speak, and he wondered what his soulmate was thinking of to make them so proud. Their village. Their family. It was a nice feeling, though, so he didn't think too hard about it. It flitted in and up through his thoughts as it waxed and waned. Right now it was drifting out again as he shifted to avoid getting smacked in the face by a flying bottle. Raucous laughter exploded from down the table when Ruda and Ino were having a chugging contest. 500 yen on Ino. He heard Choja call out. No way. Kiba's voice answered from somewhere out of sight. Naruto's got that fox inside him that pretty much counts as 2 people, right? Shikamaru shook his head at his friend's alcohol-fueled logic but said nothing about it. But have you seen Ino drink? Shikamaru's snort of laughter was cut short when he was jostled from the other side. He looked over to see Sakura and Hinata squeezing farther into the booth, making room for a group of people to pass by their table. One figure in the group stopped to say hello to them, and he recognized Kakashi-sensei under his new, formal robes. Sensei. Sakura greeted her old teacher with a wide, loose grin. Or should I say Hokage-sama now? Kakashi shook his head and patted her on the shoulder while Shikamaru felt that knot of pride in his chest swell up again. It pushed at his ribs and he was startled to feel a sting behind his eyes. Whatever you call me, could you drop the sama? Kakashi asked plaintively. Sakura giggled. She was obviously just about to say something else when someone at the table next to theirs scoffed loudly and slammed their mug down with a thunk that was audible even over the revelry round them. They looked over to see a middle-aged shinobi with thinning brown hair and a crooked nose. His cheeks were flashed with alcohol and his face was pinched in a sneer. Hokage-sama, the man slurred mockingly. You ate good for nothing. Just like your daddy. In the few meager seconds after the stranger's statement, several things happened at once. Kakashi, surprisingly, did nothing more than lift an eyebrow. Shikamaru felt ice rush through his veins before his entire body flashed with a fiery rage the likes of which he wasn't sure he'd ever felt before, causing his hands to fest and his jaw to clench. Beside him, Sakura stood from her seat with doom dripping from her every pore. Shanora. She screeched. What did you just say, you flaccid worm? Ma, Sakura. It's all right, calm down. Kakashi did his best to hold his student back as she swung her fists wildly, obliterating part of a chair that was unlucky enough to be within range. Shikamaru found himself rooting her on. How do you say that about my sensei? Sakura was yelling. He's more than twice the man you are. Coward. Fight me. I said fight me. Are you afraid of a little girl? As she scrambled to fight her way through several glasses of shochu and the arms retraining her, Shikamaru slowly gathered his wits about him and put together what had just happened. A comment like that normally wouldn't have him so fired up. His reaction should have been similar to Kakashi's, cool and not really that bothered. Yet he had found himself filled with unspeakable protective rage at exactly the same moment as Sakura. His eyes widened as he watched her flail and kick, more clues falling into place in his foggy brain. The pride he had felt all day, of course Sakura would be proud to see her first sensei accept the title of Hokage. Sakura at first remained oblivious to the revelations dawning on him. It was hard to miss the moment she felt something through their link, however. The awe that was slowly seeping through him touched her face and calmed her anger. The man who had made the disparaging comment about Kakashi continued to cower under his table even as her arms fell down to her sides and she looked around in confusion, likely wondering why she felt so calm and happy. Shikamaru swallowed as he stood and picked his way through the wreckage towards her. "I'll take her outside if that's okay with you," he mumbled to his new leader. Kakashi smiled at him. Of course. She needs to cool off a bit, I think." Sakura looked a little dazed as he took her arm and led her away. They stumbled out of the bar together and joined the press of bodies moving through the streets. Banners waved and lights flashed in senseless patterns above their heads as Shikamaru tried to keep them moving in the right direction. Sakura simply followed along. It was only when they had gotten a few streets away, almost to the block where they would find her apartment, that she finally seemed to come back to life. She dug in her heels and hauled Shikamaru over into the nearest quiet spot she could find, a narrow alley behind Ino's favorite shoe store. "What are we doing, Shika?" Sakura demanded in an unsteady voice. "Why did you make me leave?" He didn't answer at first. He was too busy staring at her, admiring the shape of her lips as they formed words in her sweet, sweet voice. He'd always thought she was pretty. Hell, back in the academy he used to daydream about finding out she was his soulmate. A fresh wave of giddy awe went through him as he realized he had just been handed one of his childhood dreams. He felt like the luckiest guy in the world. "Shika," she called his name again, brow furrowing in confusion. He smiled and wriggled his hand where they were still holding each other until he managed to lace their fingers together. "I'm an idiot," he said. She blinked. "What?" "Shika, you're a genius." "What are you talking about it?" "You've been right here this whole time. Right in front of my eyes." His free hand came up to gently caress the side of her face. How did I not see? Sakura stiffened in surprise and he could feel the edges of her shock. It only made his smile wider. "Shikamaru," she whispered his name, sounding more and more confused by the minute, yet he noticed that she was doing nothing to pull away from his touch. "Sakura, I think we are soulmates," he blurted. He barely covered a wince. That had come out sounding a lot more awkward and a lot less suave than he had hoped for. She didn't seem to mind. The edges of her shock became a flat blade, tearing through him and leaving his breathless. Just being able to see the emotions play out on her features at the same time as he could feel them inside had him so happy he wanted to laugh. He watched as his ever-growing joy began to take her over, sweeping through her veins and growing her smile until it matched his own. "Shika." He had less than a second to brace himself before suddenly he had an armful of beautiful woman. He caught her and held her tightly, unsure if the goodness inside him was his or hers. Maybe a bit of both. Sakura nuzzled into his neck and he felt the dampness of her skin, guessing correctly that she was crying with joy, laughing with pure emotion. He almost protested when she pulled away, but she cut him off with a kiss. Shikamaru closed his eyes and sank into the sensation, wishing he could capture this moment and remember it forever. "My soulmate," Sakura whispered against his lips. He only grinned again. Sorry to bring you on the roller coaster with me. I hope you don't mind my mood swings." He drew her in as close to his body as he could and stole a second kiss. "I wish I could feel your every emotion," he said to her. "Don't apologize for being who you are. You're amazing. You're perfect. I can't believe you're mine." He could feel how his words affected her, sharing the warmth between them. He hoped he could make her feel that way for the rest of their lives. Chapter 48, Shikamaru and Naruto, the one where you have no shadow. As a member of the Naruto clan, Shikamaru was under certain pressures that no one else was. From the time he was old enough to understand what a soulmate was, he was encouraged to try his hardest to find them. It wasn't that other people didn't care about soulmates, although many people never found theirs and lived perfectly full lives without them. But being from the Naruto clan was different. A Naruto without a shadow was no Naruto at all. Shikamaru was only 6 years old, and yet already he was being forced into extra training at home. He would start the academy soon, and his grandfather had insisted that the faster he graduated, the faster he would get out on missions, traveling the world in search of the person who would give him his shadow. Shikamaru thought they had it all backwards. Shouldn't they be worrying more about finding the person they were meant to spend their lives with? What if he didn't think he was ready for that yet? He was only 6 years old. He still thought kissing was gross. What did he know about being together forever? Escaping when his grandfather was distracted wasn't the smartest thing he had ever done. He would certainly catch hell for it later, and his father would catch double that for conspiring to help him. But Shikamaru decided that a couple of hours to himself to just run about the village and be nothing but a normal 6-year-old was worth the trouble he would get in. He felt free of worries for the moment as he cut across a line of rooftops, making wild leaps that would have his old grandfather in apoplectic fits. He and his elder hadn't gotten along very well since that time Shikamaru had suggested that living his life without a shadow wasn't really a big deal. Every other ninja managed just fine, so it wasn't like he would be devastated without it. He just wouldn't be able to learn any shadow-style jutsu. He'd almost been disowned for that comment. The sky above him was such a beautiful blue, and the few clouds there were had a cotton fluffiness that never failed to make him smile. Shikamaru made his way to his favorite park on the south side of the village, the farthest he could get from the clan compound. When he got there, he was delighted to see no one else around. This way there was no one to tell him to stop being lazy as he lay back in the grass at the top of his favorite hill, folding his arms under his head to watch the clouds drift by. He had only been there for 10 minutes or so when suddenly the branches of the tree above him began to rustle. He looked up just in time for a large colorful blur to drop down on top of him with a tiny cry of dismay. Oof! All the breath in his body was knocked clean out of him, and a sharp elbow caught him in the stomach. The form on top of him wriggled and flailed until Shikamaru managed to shove it off of himself. "Sorry. I'm real sorry," a voice was saying. Small hands fluttered about trying to figure out if he was okay. Shikamaru pushed them aside and sat up, rubbing his stomach. He mumbled that it was fine and looked up, startled by the incredible brightness of the person looking back. It was a boy about his own age with hair the color of sunshine and a shirt so orange it gave him fruit cravings. He also had a huge smile once he saw that his accidental cushion was all right. "Hi. I'm Naruto," the boy greeted him in a loud voice. Shikamaru waved a little. "I'm Shikamaru. Why were you up in the tree?" "I like climbing." "Troublesome." Shaking his head, he watched Naruto run back to the tree and scramble up into the lower branches again. His legs were just a little too short to do it with any amount of grace, but he reached his former perch a dozen feet up by sheer determination. Then he looked down with a wide grin. "Climbing is fun. I pretend I'm a tree too, and I pretend I'm tall, and I have a shadow that covers everyone in the whole village." He looked really proud of his imaginings. "It'll be great to have a shadow someday." "You already have a shadow," Shikamaru pointed out. The boy frowned. "Nah. Don't make fun of me just because you have a shadow." Shikamaru put his hands on his hips and shook his head. This boy was weird. And blind, apparently. "I don't have a shadow," he called up. "But you do." He watched in amusement as Naruto twisted his way back down through the branches he had just taken the time to climb up. When he reached the lowest one, he hung on with his hands and leapt ungracefully for the ground, landing right next to Shikamaru. Then he huffed. "Haven't got a shadow." "You do," he insisted, poking Shikamaru in the chest. They glared at each other with all the fury their 6-year-old bodies could muster until a thought occurred to both of them at the same time, to check. Both boys looked down at their feet and cried out with surprise. Starting under their shoes and pointing off in the same direction were two shadows, dark after images of themselves drawn by the sun above them. They looked back up at each other, and Shikamaru knew instantly what this meant. He was from the Nara clan after all, a clan of geniuses. I think this makes us soulmates, he said quietly. Naruto gaped at him. Really? You mean I've got a soulmate? His face split into a huge grin again. That's awesome. What do we do now? How do you be soulmates? Shikamaru blinked, his mind racing. I think it means we'll be best friends forever. Dad says I'll understand more when I'm older. For a moment he thought Naruto might start to cry. Then the other boy surprised him with a hug that was more like a tackle. They tumbled over onto the grass where he had been laying down before, arms tangled around each other. Does that mean I don't have to be alone anymore? Naruto asked quietly. Shikamaru didn't know why someone as bright as Naruto would ever be left alone, but he knew the answer without even having to think about it. Yeah, he said. You'll never be alone again. I promise. Chapter 49, Hashirama Tobirama, the one where you have matching marks. In a twist of fate that he doesn't come to appreciate until a few years later, Tobirama was the first to see Hashirama's mark. Spending one's birthday on a battlefield was nothing new, and Hashirama hadn't complained when he woke that morning covered in cold dew and colder leaves, marching through the dawn towards the trap they were looking to spring. Surprising the squad from the Shimura clan who had been hoping to surprise them gave their soldiers enough of an edge that the battle was surprisingly quick. It had also made his brother cocky. Hashirama had leapt into the fray with wild swings of his blade that made Tobirama despair as he chased after the older boy, guarding his back and removing anyone who sought to strike him from behind. When he heard Hashirama cry out in pain, his worry was overlaid with a thick layer of exasperation. By the time he was able to get his brother off the field and locate a medkit, he was already halfway through a lecture about being more careful. Hashirama curled his head inwards and muttered apologies over and over while Tobirama rolled his eyes. You going to get yourself killed, he grumbled. Don't make me lose you too, brother. You're not old enough to die yet. Hashirama shook off his gloom and instead graced him with a wide smile. I am officially 16 today. I'm not young anymore. Tobirama resisted the urge to smack his face into his own palm. Turning 16 does not mean you are suddenly an adult. Now quit squirming and let me clean your wound. Hashirama obediently removed his shirt to provide access to his arm. The skin had been flayed open by the cruelly spiked tips of Akado ninetails. Tobirama had never seen one of them used in battle before, and he wished he could have watched that person training with it. It seemed like it would be an incredibly difficult thing to use during a fight, and he would have loved a chance to study the mechanics of it. All thought about possible weapons and the difficulties of their use flew out of his head. However, when the rag he was using to wipe away the blood uncovered a different color than should have been found there. His frown deepened when the dark, almost blackish red came away to reveal a lighter red underneath, entwined with a brown even deeper than Hashirama's natural skin tone. Hashirama asked what was wrong, but he shushed the older boy, wetting his rag with the canteen at his hip and cleaning the arm more thoroughly. What he found was a tattoo-like mark that had not existed that morning. Lines of brown and red twisted around each other to form the shape of a stylized lathe. He blinked in wonderment, tracing it with his fingertip. Brother, look, he said quietly. Hashirama lifted his arm to see what the fuss was about. Then his jaw dropped. My soul mark. I got my soul mark. He traced the tattoo as well, reverence in his eyes and a grin on his lips. Amazing. It's so beautiful. Tobirama was inclined to agree. He had seen some rather boring soul marks and some needlessly complicated ones as well. The one on his brother's arm was beautiful in its simplicity while still remaining interesting, and it was honestly the nicest he had ever seen. He could only hope his own would be as pleasant when he finally turned 16 as well. Hashirama insisted that he bind the wound without covering the fresh mark, obviously wanting to look at it some more. Tobirama did his best, and soon enough the flayed skin was safely hidden under several layers of bandages, soul mark proudly displayed just above the white cloth. He helped his brother to his feet, and the two of them rejoined the rest of the clansmen, assisting with the other wounded and checking the bodies of the fallen to ensure their enemies were truly dead. Tobirama honestly didn't give much thought to his brother's soul mark after that, rarely thought of it except on the rare occasion when he wore sleeves short enough for the brand to peek out. It certainly wasn't on his mind when he woke 3 years later, on his own birthday, disoriented and unsure how many days he had lain unconscious. He was instead thinking of the scolding he would get for allowing his enemies to get so far inside his defenses, no matter that he had been outnumbered and still managed to successfully assassinate the target. His father would scold him anyway. Through the haze of checker exhaustion, Tobirama didn't even think to check himself for a mark until well into the evening. Not until he had built a fire and collapsed next to it in the far recesses of a cave he had used for shelter many times before. With a good sleep tonight, he would be rested enough to make it home by late the next day. When it occurred to him that today was his birthday, unless he had slept through the date entirely, he sat up as swiftly as his tired body would allow. He began pulling at his shirt and twisting around, trying to spot anything new on his skin. His torso turned up nothing, so he reached for his trousers instead, thinking it might have appeared on his legs or hips. His fingers fumbled at the button because of the gloves he was wearing, and he pulled them off with an irritated noise, then froze. His left palm was decorated by twisting lines of brown and red. He shook his head, unsure if the exhaustion was causing him to see strange things. When he opened his eyes again, however, it was still there. A stylized leaf that exactly matched the one he had years ago discovered on Hashirama's arm. He stared at his palm for a very long time. His thoughts leapt and jumbled, tumbling over each other until even he couldn't tell what he felt about this. He lifted his opposite hand and traced the mark in the same way he had once traced Hashirama's, wondering how he would react knowing that the one his soul mark had bound him to was his own brother. Ice made its way down his spine as he considered that. Hashirama could have any number of reactions. Tobirama could care less what anyone else thought, but Hashirama, his brother's opinion, had always been the only one that mattered to him. His brother had always been the only person he ever truly connected with. And he had watched the older boy, now a young man, as he searched diligently for his soulmate these last 3 years. Would it break his heart to know just who was waiting for him? As exhaustion finally crept up upon him, tucking him down into the darkness of sleep, Tobirama silently vowed to keep this a secret. He couldn't lose Hashirama. He would rather hurt him than break him. Keeping his secret, however, turned out to be harder than he anticipated. He had thought he would just wear gloves whenever he was not alone. That had been questioned immediately by both surviving members of his family as well as his cousin Tuka. Hashirama had thought he was hiding an injury and nearly tore both of his gloves off. It also quickly became obvious how difficult it was to complete his more delicate experiments when his fingers were covered in leather or cloth. He solved the second problem by switching to fingerless gloves. The first he did his best to ignore. He left their questions unanswered until eventually they were forced to just accept that he had decided to pick up the habit of wearing gloves. Not that it was forgotten about by any means. Hashirama in particular liked to spring a question or two on him at random, hoping he would slip up and reveal the reason behind his new fashion choices. Tobirama simply couldn't bear to tell him. In the years that followed, Tobirama stayed as close to Hashirama as he dared. He took up his position guarding his brother's back both in battle and in life and asked for no more than that. He stood silent as he watched the older man smile his way through life, becoming clan leader and seeking to make peace with the Uchiha. He knew very well that Hashirama was convinced that Madara must be his soulmate, and he taught himself not to flinch whenever the subject was raised. The day his secret finally came to light was no special day at all. There was no special occasion or dramatic reveal. He wasn't even awake to see what Hashirama's first reaction was. He had fallen asleep after working for too many hours in a row, determined to make the cage Bunshinjatsu work. It was nearly completed, but the clone simply went hardy enough for his liking. After working late into the night, he had fallen asleep at the desk in his lab. When he woke a few hours later, he opened his bleary eyes to see the walls of his bedroom around him. That was nothing new. Hashirama had carried him to bed after he'd fallen asleep many times before. What was new was the soft sensation of something tracing across the palm of his left hand. Groggy and still half asleep, he lifted his head to see Hashirama sitting next to him, his hair haloed in sunlight. The older man was looking down at his lap where one of his hands was cradling Tobirama's left, the other tracing shapes in his palm. As his exhausted brain slowly came back into focus, he realized what was wrong with that picture. His gloves were gone. His palm was bare. Hashirama must have noticed him waking up because he clamped his fingers around Tobirama's wrist in a vice-like grip only half a moment before he tried to pull it away. He gave some thought to trying to fight to get it back, but thought better of it. So instead he lay still and waited with lead in his chest, breathing shallowly to stem the rising tide of panic. "You started wearing gloves just after your 16th birthday," Hashirama said, his voice subdued. "I remember that I thought you had been hurt and you were trying to hide it. And then afterwards I thought maybe you were hiding the scars." Tobirama could feel the way his hand was trembling in the older man's hold. His body wanted to tremble too. "I wasn't thinking about that last night. I just wanted you to sleep comfortably. So I took off your armor and your gloves and there it was." "Hashirama, you hid this from me." He flinched as brown eyes turned to look at him accusingly. "Why?" He swallowed hard, trying to force his voice to work. "I was afraid," he admitted. Hashirama's eyes widened. "You? Of what?" "I can't lose you," Tobirama said, his voice a quiet whisper. His brother looked as if he'd just seen a ghost and it had slapped him in the face. "You thought," Hashirama looked down at the hand in his lap. "You were afraid of what I would think. I understand that. Still, it's been 5 years, Tobirama. How could you just stand by and let me search for my soulmate? How could you stay silent when you've known about this the whole time? I can't lose you." He didn't know how else to put his fears into words. Because Hashirama was looking at it from the wrong perspective. He was asking the wrong questions. How could Tobirama have taken a chance on losing what was most important to him? How could he have said something when it might have ended with him being asked to leave? How could he chance seeing disgust in the eyes of the one he loved above all others? When he said nothing more, Hashirama looked back to him. As their eyes met, the older man seemed to read his fears in his expression. His face softened and he finally let go of Tobirama's hand, leaning over to instead use his own to cup the side of his brother's face. "You could never lose me," Hashirama said. "You are more precious to me than the whole world. You not upset. We are brothers. People will talk." Hashirama gave a soft snort. "Have I ever cared for what people think?" "I suppose not," Tobirama allowed. Slowly, hesitantly, he let himself smile. The weight in his chest lifted and he felt almost as if he were breathing for the first time in years. The tension he had stopped paying attention to a long time ago seeped its way out of him until he was left feeling almost boneless with relief. The sudden weightlessness combined with the lack of sleep had his head swimming. He sank even farther into the mattress that he was still sprawled out upon and closed his eyes. Above him he heard Hashirama chuckle a bit. Weight shifting on the bed before a soft kiss was pressed to the center of his forehead. He cracked one eye back open to watch Hashirama lay down beside him. "Neither of us slept much," the older man said. "I suppose you don't mind if I just rest here with you?" Tobirama shook his head, trying not to let his smile grow. And when a strong arm pulled him closer to rest his head on the older man's chest, he didn't mind that either. Chapter 50, Special Edition. Chapter 2, Madara, Tobirama, the one where the first touch leaves a mark. He's got one of Madara's knees up on the counter, both hands on his hips, and a good rhythm going when the door bursts open. Hashirama and Izuna spill into the room at almost exactly the same moment that Madara spills into his hand, dragging him behind in a mutually mortifying orgasm that's still so good. It's always good with them. When he can open his eyes, he does, to find both of their brothers staring at them with horror written across their faces. Mouths hang open, eyes are blown wide, and Madara is the first to start screeching. How did you not sense them coming? He was too busy trying to come himself. Izuna blurts the crash response out on sheer instinct. Then when he realizes what is said, he screams and throws both hands over his eyes. You. What did I just say? What did I just say? Tobirama can't move no matter how much he wants to. His dignity is covered only by virtue of still being buried hip-deep inside of Madara, who was covered only because of the items stacked on the countertop between them and their respective siblings. Their clothing is on the other side of the room. If he pulls away, his mess will be left to run down the inside of Madara's thighs. He can't move, but he doesn't want to stay like this. Hashirama is the one to spot the marks. Are those soul marks? Are you two soulmates? Oh my god. Their village leader looks more like a child as he points insistently at the handprint wrapped around Tobirama's bicep, then shifts it to point at Madara's chest. Madara huffs, bringing his own hand up to cover the mark. Get out. The words are growled from between grinding teeth. Hashirama does not take the hint. Oh my god, they are soulmates. He's got a hold on a traumatized Azuna now and is shaking him back and forth in excitement. Soulmates. Tobirama drops his head in between Madara's shoulder blades in despair. How is this his life? Chapter 11, Suigetsu Karen, the one where you have a name on each wrist. Oh, I'm sorry, could you say that again? Suigetsu grinned mockingly and held a hand up to cup around his ear. I don't think I heard you very well the first time. Karen grit her teeth but repeated it anyway. I said I think you're my soulmate, you big jerk. He chuckled at her and put both hands on his hips, affecting a triumphant pose. Well, well, well. Look who's lowering themselves to my level. Suigetsu shook his head. And here I thought you said, what was it? Cold day in hell. Something like that. Karen stomped her foot and gave vent to a very loud, frustrated noise. If he was going to be this difficult about it, why had she even bothered? Who needed a soulmate anyway? Tossing her hair over her shoulder, Karen whipped around and tried to storm away. She didn't need to stand here and take this. Her progress was halted when a hand snatched her wrist and jerked her back, making her cry out as she fell back into a solid chest. I never said I disagreed, Suigetsu murmured smoothly in her ear. Karen blushed. What about Sasuke? He drew the name out teasingly, trying to hide how he really felt about it, but Karen could hear the shaky confidence behind those words and it melted the annoyance right out of her. Why would I ever want to be with a jerk like Sasuke when I could have a jerk like you? The surprise on his face was almost as delicious as the kiss. Chapter 17, Kakashi Chisui, the one where you know them by touch. Morning had become Kakashi's favorite time of day. If anyone asked, he would have told them it was night, sweaty nights in the dark when the air was saturated with ghasts and bedding. He would have winked and told the story of the night of 5 times for the 100th time. Because then the asker would groan in disgust and turn away, and he would be free to keep his precious memories to himself, a sweet private paradise to revel in on the missions that kept him away from home. He wasn't embarrassed. The truth was that he could not have put into words why he enjoyed morning so much. There wasn't a proper way to describe the feeling of waking up with Chisui still asleep on his chest. There didn't exist a metaphor for the beauty of dawn's first light brushing across those high cheekbones, creating shadows beneath his nose and the furrow of his brow while Chisui murmured in his sleep. Vocabulary could not express the pleasant ache in his chest that occurred each time he watched those beautiful eyes flutter open and greet him with a sleepy smile. The whole world knew the feeling of touching your soulmate and reaffirming your bond. No one but the two of them knew their bond there. That belonged to them and no other. Somehow, Chisui seemed to know. Kakashi had never told him how much peace he had found in their slow morning kisses, but Chisui always gave him a knowing smile when he spoke of their nights. Kakashi didn't mind. He had always been bad with words. He was lucky to love someone who could read him so well. He was lucky to love someone who made him so happy. Chapter 22, Kasame Obada, the one where you have a journal that connects you. You're pretty fucked up. Obada rolled his eyes and leaned back in his chair as he replied quietly, yes, I'm rather aware of that. Kasame eyed him speculatively. I guess I can see why you did it though, he said. Obada blinked. I mean, if you loved her then I can see why you put the journal away and didn't look at it. The rest is crazy. You're crazy. Thank you for that, Obada ground out, sarcasm and bitterness heavy in his voice. They had gotten along so well through their journal communication. He'd thought it would finally be okay to reveal himself, but if this was the response then he regretted it. You mind though? Kasame's words brought him up short a second time in less than 2 minutes. And I suppose I don't mind a bit of crazy. I would appreciate it if you didn't destroy the world though. It would be hard to spend time together if you destroyed the world. Obado stared at him incredulously. Kasame smirked, triumphant at having stunned him into silence. When Kasame leaned down and graced him with a first kiss, he still said nothing. Only continued to stare. In his mind, world domination had already been put on hold. Chapter 24, Tobirama Azuna, the one where you feel each other's pain. If you had asked him even just 6 months ago if he had fought any of this, possible Azuna would have sent you to be checked for insanity. The idea that anyone in the Senju clan was his soulmate would have been scoffed at. The idea that Tobirama could be the one he was destined for would have garnered outright hysterical laughter. Yet here he was now with his bottom planted between Tobirama's knees and his head tilted back to rest on the man's shoulders. Fingers were carding through his long hair, free of its usual ponytail, and his eyes were closed while he enjoyed the sensation. His own hands were occupied with trapping the remaining one of Tobirama's and pressing it against his stomach, tracing senseless patterns on his calloused palm. They couldn't spend time together like this when Madara was around. Izuna liked the time he spent around the Senju compound better. Hashirama wasn't a very attentive chaperone, not like the way Madara spent every moment hovering over them with suspicious eyes. Hashirama liked to turn his eyes up to the clouds and pretend not to see as they slipped away into the forest to steal quiet moments just like this one. Izuna couldn't wait until construction of the village began. Madara couldn't say anything if he'd built a home with his own soulmate, away from his boorish clan and his brother's overprotective ways. He loved his people, he really did. But some of them were still so hard-headed over the idea that he was matched with a Senju. Soft lips, so much softer than he could have imagined, placed a gentle kiss on the arch of his neck. Izuna grinned but kept his eyes closed. As he'd known he would, Tobirama followed the kiss with languorous nips and nuzzles up and down the column of his throat, trying harder to get his attention. Finally he turned his head and Tobirama diverted the kisses to his mouth. Sage, he couldn't wait until they had their own home. Privacy and comfortable bed, was there any better dream for the future? Chapter 28, Shikamaru with Tayuya, the one where you heal each other. 5 years was a long time to wait. That's not to say that they hadn't seen each other in 5 years. They saw each other all the time. The trouble was that cold iron bars kept them separated each time. That hadn't stopped Shikamaru from visiting Tayuya more and more as time went on, their conversations growing longer and longer as they got to know one another. Now he was watching her blink rapidly, heading tilted back to let the sun shine on her face after so long in the darkness. He had grudgingly admitted she was beautiful the first time they met. Now he can't imagine that there could anyone in the world more beautiful than her. He had told her so each time they stood close, her holding his hand through the bars of her cell to heal whatever wounds his latest mission had given him. Tayuya brought her head down and smirked at him, her eyes still squinting against the sunlight she wasn't used to. "Are you going to take me home or what?" she demanded. Shikamaru smiled even as he rolled his eyes. "Troublesome, but I suppose so," he replied. He wouldn't say it out loud, but he liked that she called it home. Chapter 32, Kakashi Hana, the one where you share a trait with your soulmate. It didn't take long for the rumors that spread, for the horror stories to reach the ears of nearly everyone in the 5 great nations. Parents frightened their children into good behavior, and shinobi encouraged each other to train harder, all of them whispering of the same thing. Rumor told of a pair of demons. They walked through shadows in silence. They could smell your fear, and legend had it they could see you even in the dark. They were never apart, always hunting together. To face the pair of them was certain death if you even had time to face them. They were one of the deadliest duos to ever come out of Konoha, and Genin everywhere prayed to never encounter them. In the dark of night, hidden beneath the covers of their bed, Kakashi and Hana told each other the latest horror stories that each had heard at the tavern that night. "Can you believe the Kumo ninja have actually named us?" Hana giggled. "The twin demons. They make us sound related." Kakashi pulled her closer to taste that laughter for himself. If the ones who feared them could only see how wrong they were. Kakashi had almost become a demon once. But it was Hana that kept him human. Chapter 39, Gaara 1010, the one we dream of each other. Sleeping was still a strange experience for Gaara. No matter how many times he allowed himself to fall into that restful darkness, he would never get used to losing so many hours of the night at once. Especially when it felt as if no time had passed at all. He had, however, discovered other uses for his bed that were infinitely more interesting than sleeping, not to mention more pleasant. Gaara was happy to spend hours at a time simply lying next to his slumbering wife, admiring her face or stroking her silken hair. Tenten made such interesting expressions while she dreamed, and even though she often teased him that he should let her dream of him doing something more interesting than staring at her, he simply couldn't make himself look away most nights. She was fascinating to him in a way no human ever had been. His favorite thing was watching her wake, as she was doing now. Tenten stretched and hummed, her face scrunching as she returned to consciousness after only a few short hours. Gaara watched with his heart beating rapidly in his chest, full of emotions he still had trouble believing were his own. He wondered if this was how everyone else felt or if it was stronger for him, someone who had gone most of his childhood feeling nothing but rage and pain. Tenten rolled over and opened her eyes, a warm smile parting her lips as she caught sight of him there next to her. Gaara felt his heart skip a beat. It was hard to remember the pains of his life with his wife here beforehand. It was hard to remember that anything had ever hurt him when just the sight of her filled him with so much happiness. Chapter 40, The Bruise of Haku, the one where you remember your past lives. Today was important. Today was the most important day in his entire life. Of course, Zabruza thought so at this time every year, but that was because it was true every year. Every year that Haku lived to see his birthday was important and heart-wrenching, and damn it is not crying okay. Zabruza furiously wiped his cheeks before anyone could see him, tapped away in the corner the way he always was at these gatherings. Haku was the social butterfly, not him, but he would suffer this many people in their home once a year because it made his soulmate happy. Zabruza would do anything to make Haku happy. He watched as the younger man threw his head back and laughed at something his friend from work had said, tracing the shape of that smile with his eyes and admiring the way it lit up his entire face. "Happy 40th birthday, Haku," he murmured under his breath. As if hearing him over the din in the kitchen, Haku looked over at him right at that moment. For someone who had never grown to be older than 15 before he wore his age well. It showed only in the lines around his eyes, wrinkles deepened by laughing too hard, enjoying life too fully. It brought a smile to Zabruza's face as well to see that happiness. He had sworn he would protect this man. And for once, finally after so many lifetimes, he had kept his promise. Chapter 51, Gunma Raido, the one where you have matching marks. Gunma scrunched his nose as Asuma's cigarette waved a little too close to his face. He didn't want to be the guy that told his friends what they could do to their own bodies, but that didn't mean Asuma had to shove it down his throat too. Waving a hand to clear the smoke away, he turned back to the bickering between Aoba and Awasha. They had been arguing almost since the moment they arrived, and it was getting harder and harder to keep his mouth shut. He would have loved to tell them that they were one of the reasons he was glad to be a blank. He refrained only because he thought it might make their arguing worse somehow. It was times like these that he wondered what the origins were behind the marks that branded over 90% of the populace, and why fate even bothered to match two people who so obviously did not belong together. Aoba and Awasha made each other miserable, yet still they stayed together. Why? Because they had matching tattoos. Gunma had a tattoo that matched every other A and BU in the village. Didn't mean he wanted to be with any of them. He was saved from his morose mental ramblings when someone tapped his shoulder from behind. He looked around and found Raido there, jerking his head towards the exit in a silent question. Gunma grinned and climbed over the back of the bench to escape the establishment at his best friend's side. He would much rather go anywhere with Raido than stay here with the rest of his friends. The two of them stayed mostly silent as they hopped across the rooftops, waving at the patrols they passed, until finally they touched down on top of Raido's building and sprawled out across the terracotta tiles. Gunma tucked his arms up behind his head and listened to the rattling of the senbon in his mouth as he flicked it rhythmically against his teeth. How long were they at this time? Raido asked eventually, his eyes turned up to the stars. Gunma didn't even have to ask to know he was referring to Awashi and Aoba. The bickering was famous. Almost since we got there, he replied. I'll never understand why they stay together. It's not like they make each other happy. He saw Raido shrug out of the corner of his eye. They are soulmates. How many people are there that would walk away from that? Gunma sighed. Not as many as there should be. I mean, I get it, I think. I don't know what it's like to meet that one person fate has chosen for you, and I never will. But I do know what it's like to be in a relationship where you're unhappy, and I know how much happier I was once I got out of that relationship. You think soulmates can just walk away from each other? Raido asked, raising himself up onto his elbows to look over at Gunma. Why not? It's a choice, isn't it? Gunma brought his arms out from under his head to gesture up at the empty sky above them. Just because you and this other random person were both born with the same symbol on your wrist doesn't mean you're going to love them. Maybe they're a dick. Maybe they like herding fluffy bunnies or something, I don't know. And what if you never even meet them? You haven't met yours yet, are you just going to spend your entire life alone if you never do? Radu stared at him with wide eyes, listening to him rant without saying anything. Gunmar had a lot of opinions about soulmates that he tried hard to keep to himself. Most people didn't want to hear that their faded lover might be bullshit. He'd managed to get through a lot of years without talking about this with his best friend, always changing the subject if it came up, but tonight he found he was just in the right spot. He'd had just enough alcohol to mellow him out into that drifting, uncaring headspace that he'd been told made him too honest for his own good. So he kept talking, not giving much thought to what Radu might think of what he was saying. Loving someone it should be a choice. You shouldn't feel like you have to love a specific person just because of the mark on their wrist. If they don't make you happy, you should find the person that does. Soulmates are great and all, but it just doesn't work like that all of the time. What about polygamists? What about the crotchety folk who hate the world and don't ever want to fall in love because you people? It's just not possible for every single person in the world to perfectly match up with one other person. And even if they did, how would they all find each other? It's a big world. You can't meet everyone. You've thought about this a lot, Radu murmured tentatively. Gunmar nodded. Well, I haven't got a soulmate and I spent a lot of time being upset about it when I was a kid, he said. The older I got, the more I realized that it just meant I was freer than other people. I can love who I want and no one says a damn thing about who it is. The only problem is... Radu sat all the way up, his eye locked on Gunmar's form almost like he couldn't bear to look away. Well, the only problem is that I fell in love with someone who does have a soulmate and you still want to find them. Pretty stupid on my part, but I chose to love you. You are everything I would want to spend the rest of my life with. Not because some mark says so, but because that's how I feel. Gunmar shrugged and let his arms sprawl out across the clay tiles underneath him. Me? Gunmar shot upright when Radu shouted, suddenly realizing what he had just said. You're in love with Emmy. Fuck. No. Shit. Gunmar brought a hand up to smack himself in the face, only to pierce his own palm instead with the senbon still clutched between his teeth. Ow. He stared at his hand, blood welling and dripping down past his pinky finger. He felt vaguely betrayed, but he wasn't sure if it was because of his hand, his senbon, or his stupid idiotic mouth. Radu shuffled about in his peripheral vision and Gunmar felt his shoulders tensing, preparing for the worst. He really hadn't meant to confess his hidden feelings, but now that he may as well face the consequences. He could take the rejection. Of course he could. He was a grown-ass man, a special Janin for God's sake. He absolutely did not have the urge to run away and hide. Are you all right? Here, let me see. He was startled to have his hand pulled over so Radu could inspect the tiny wound. Neither of them said anything as the scarred man pulled a roll of bandages from his vest, wiping the blood away and slowly wrapping his palm. He swallowed hard with every layer of gauze until finally Radu gently tied it off, smoothing the cloth down with an idle thumb. You're really in love with me? He asked, still holding Gunmar's hand. Yeah. It's okay if you don't, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Gunmar's free hand poked at the roof underneath him, fidgeting nervously. I always thought I was strange, Radu murmured, falling in love with someone who wasn't my soulmate, someone who wasn't anyone's soulmate. I thought I shouldn't ever tell him, he would never feel the same. But you do. He looked up into Gunmar's stunned face, a shy flush rising underneath the uneven burn marks on his cheeks. It took a solid minute of staring before his brain kicked into gear and Gunmar realized that Radu was waiting for him to make the first move. A wicked grin flashed across his face as he leaned in and pressed their mouths together in a wild, frantic kiss. Years of pent-up emotions poured from one to the other and back again, their hands gripped tightly between them. Gunmar nipped at Radu's lip, making the other man gasp and shudder and duck his head down. He shuffled closer to swing his leg over top of his friend's, kissing the top of messy brown hair, then bending down to peck at a roughly stubbled cheek. I have been waiting way too long to do that, he announced. Radu chuckled lowly. Are you gonna remember doing it in the morning? You taste like steak. Maybe I would remember better if there was something that to jog my memory in the morning. Gunmar suggested with a leer. Say, maybe you. All wrapped around me, sweaty sheets twisted around your hips, the early light of dawn dash. You sound like one of Hatek's smut novels, Raider cut him off. Gunmar threw his head back and laughed. Well, if you don't want to listen to me sound like a smut novel, maybe we just go back to my place and act one out. What do you say? I say your pickup lines are horrible. Raider was grinning even while he shook his head. But I don't say no. If you asked Gunmar, he would tell you he was happy to be a blank. If you asked Raidu, he would only shrug and grin. He was just happy with the choices they made. Chapter 52, Madara Tobarama, the one where words on your show on your soulmates. We have your soulmate. If you want him returned, you will bring us 10 million yen. This message was the first that had ever appeared on Madara's arm. He stared at it, frozen, trying to decide which reaction felt most pressing. On the one hand, he really should panic because it appeared as though his soulmate was in trouble and may require help. He had no idea where in the world they might be, but that didn't stop him from flaring his chakra dangerously. On the other hand, he wanted to leap for joy in an undignified way because this was proof that he did, in fact, have a soulmate, and it gave him his first ever clue to their identity. They were male, apparently. As he normally did when he experienced anything close to resembling feelings, he went to Hashirama first. His friend jerked in surprise when he burst through the door, knocking over a pile of paperwork he happened to know had taken 2 hours to organize. Hashirama stared at the fluttering reports like he might burst into tears. Hashirama Mayam, he exclaims, distracting the other man and getting to the point in one sentence. Hashirama blinked up at him with a pout before turning his eyes to the appendage held out towards him. Then he gasped. You got a message from your soulmate. Oh Madara, congratulations. Finally. Did you even read it, you imbecile? What? Oh. What? Hashirama leapt out of his chair, scattering even more papers. Madara threw both of his hands up in the air, matching his friend's indignant panic with a frantic scowl. I know, he shouted. The both of them fluttered about in a way the public never saw them, 2 idiots who should never have been allowed to classify themselves as adults. Madara brought his arm back down and stared at the words, stroking them until they finally began to fade. Hashirama paced around the edges of the room and muttered to himself about going to help this man, upset that they had no real way to find him. Except that they did. Madara dove for the brush Hashirama had abandoned on his desk, nearly dropping it in his haste to ride upon his own skin. His strokes were messy and inconsistent where they were usually neat and precise. He blamed it on the shock he had recently suffered. Hashirama paused in his rambling to watch him, face lighting up. I didn't even think of that, he said. Madara ignored him as he watched his message sink down beneath the surface, rereading it as it disappeared to find its way to his soulmate. Tell me where to bring the money. He wanted to demand to know where his soulmate was, but he had dealt with this kind of thing before. The method of communication made it more than obvious that his soulmate was still alive, and he knew better than to make demands. He still couldn't quite bring himself to appear cowboy, evident in the way he did not phrase his question as a request. He stared at his skin, waiting for another message to appear. And waited and waited and waited. Madara had begun to twitch by the time black letters finally appeared after a full 10 minutes, and Hashirama paused in trying to calm him down to point them out. He held his arm up for both of them to read. Ignore the previous. The idiots are dead. Hashirama and Madara looked at each other in bewilderment. The panic that had been welling up dispersed, replaced instantly by confusion. He wondered if he should infer from this that his soulmate was a fellow shinobi, or if they might instead be a person of high status, kidnapped for ransom before being rescued by guards of some sort. He had a brush in hand, poised to ask questions, when he paused. He wasn't really sure if he even wanted to write. After all, whoever this was had never written to him before. He had tried to make contact several times in his youth, and not once had he received a reply. Where he used to assume that his soulmate had died prematurely, now he wondered if perhaps they didn't want him. Either for personal reasons or because, if they were a person of high status, as he supposed, they may have tried to avoid him because they knew they wouldn't be able to be with him. Arranged marriages were fairly common within the aristocracy. Honestly, the possibilities were endless. His friend hovered around him with a confused and worried face as he slowly put the brush back down without writing anything. Madara didn't put much effort into explaining himself, only murmured enough words to get Hashirama to leave him in peace. Then he left. He felt like being alone for a while to figure out how to react to what had happened and how he wanted to proceed. He mostly stayed at home for the next few days, and he would slit the throat of anyone who dared suggest he was moping until Hashirama sent words that the delegation they had sent to the newly formed Kamudakure had returned. He left for the Hokage Tower right away, knowing full well that if he were not present that his friend would forget to tell him most of the important details. He wasn't happy that the delegation had been led by Tobirama. Dealing with that arrogant Senju would certainly do nothing to help the bad mood he had been wallowing in ever since his first writing had appeared on his arm. Tobirama was still dusty and travel-stained, leaning against the wall when Madara strode into the room and looking as if he could use a good night's sleep. He was also, notably, alone. His delegation had included 3 others, each a minor member of a different clan. They called themselves the Inoshikacha Trio, which Madara had always found insufferably whimsical, and he asked first thing where they were. They should have been here to give their own reports as well. Dead, Tobirama grunted shortly, passing a hand worryingly down his face. What? Hashirama exclaimed. What happened? We were attacked in the rooms that the Reikage provide for us. They hit me with a sedative. From a distance. While I was already asleep. Tobirama sighed. My team was slaughtered in their beds and I was taken, although my would-be kidnappers were stupid enough not to suppress my chakra. Can you believe they were going to try to ransom me? With his eyes still closed and his head slowly tilted back to rest against the wall, he didn't see the way Madara and Hashirama both stiffened, looking at him with rapt attention. Ransom you? Madara asked in a tone much more faint and gentle than he had ever used before when speaking with this man. Tobirama seemed not to notice. He didn't even open his eyes as he snorted in derision. Yes, he said. They wrote a message to my soulmate, of all people. The writing woke me and I killed them, of course. Well, I killed most of them. I kept one alive and left him with the Reikage as a gift. He was sufficiently embarrassed that such a thing could happen right under his nose and get past his security. Needless to say, there will be peace with Kamudakure. At least for now. He appeared to either not notice the silence that followed his account or simply not care to question it. His head had finally touched the wall and he looked ready to fall asleep right then. Hashirama and Madara shared a look, an entire conversation happening without a single word spoken between them. Madara knew his old friend was silently urging him to say something and he was just as quietly protesting that he wasn't sure if he wanted to. What if he were wrong? Coincidence seemed a bit far-fetched, but it could happen. His hand came up reflexively to catch the small object that suddenly came flying at his head. When he looked, he saw that he was holding a calligraphy brush, just enough ink on the bristles that it could be thrown without splattering across his clothing. He scowled at Hashirama, who smiled back, smart for having thought of it first. Tobirama didn't have much of his skin bared in the armor he was still wearing. Madara's only options were to use his hand or doodle on his own face. His small, nearly forgotten inner child sort of wanted to see Tobirama with a streak of black down the middle of his nose, but he managed to resist. Instead, he drew the brush across the back of his left hand, a random streak with no elegance or purpose other than to make a mark and test his theory. He wasn't sure if his heart sped up or paused entirely when a matching streak showed up, stark against the pale skin of Tobirama's hand. The tired man evidently felt the warmth of the letters on his skin because he roused himself enough to frown and look down, blinking at the mark with a single eyebrow raised in bewilderment. Ah, brother. Hashirama caught his attention. You might want to look at Madara's hand as well. With an expression that absolutely screamed, I'm too tired for this, Tobirama did as he was bidden. He swung his gaze around to find Madara with hand and brush still raised, staring for a few seconds as it slowly sank in what he was seeing. Madara couldn't say he knew Tobirama well enough to have predicted exactly how he would react, but he could say for sure that he had not expected the deep blush that spread across his eyes. He'd never seen the younger Senju blush before. It was a fascinating sight. He looked as if he were less leaning on the wall now and more using it to stop from falling over in shock. Is that dash? Did you dash? He couldn't seem to take his eyes off of Madara's hand, so the Uchiha solved any questions he had by making a second mark. Tobirama looked at his own hand to see the first streak fading, replaced immediately by a replica of the one Madara had just drawn on himself. "Oh," was all he said. Hashirama clapped his hands together once, causing both of the others to jump slightly. "Well," he said. "You two would probably like a moment alone to talk about this." Despite his words, he didn't seem in a hurry to go anywhere. "I wrote to you," Madara growled, unable to hold in his words any longer. "Many times as a child. Why did you never respond?" Tobirama's face morphed into the most unique mix of incredibly embarrassed and incredibly annoyed. As he usually did, he went with annoyed as the reaction of choice. A scowl fell over his features and he opened his mouth to respond only to be cut off by Hashirama. "Well, how old were you?" "You know, Toby didn't learn to read until he was almost 15. That's why he reads so much now." The Hokage bent, not at all fazed by the look of betrayal from his brother. "Hashirama?" Tobirama protested. Madara raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then he furrowed them back down. "And after that?" "I'd already written to you. You knew I was trying to make contact. What about all the years since then, when you could have written to me yourself?" Interestingly, the blush still lingering on those pale cheeks increased, spreading and darkening as red eyes fall to the side to avoid his own. He was half exasperated and half grateful when it was Hashirama who answered him once again, this time with what could only be called a shit-eating grin. Probably because he didn't want to know just in case it wasn't the one he wanted it to be, Hashirama said. Tobirama's head snapped up. "Don't you dare," he hissed. Hashirama's grin widened. He had a crush and it was so cute. "Brother." Tobirama pushed away from the wall, reaching out to do something, hit his brother, throw a jutsu at him, tackle him and cover his mouth. The world would never know. Hashirama managed to dart just far enough away from those grasping fingers and give himself enough time to blurt out another of his siblings' secrets. "He thought you were really pretty." Tobirama froze, half leaning over the desk, and gave his brother a horrified look. Madara choked on his tongue in shocked disbelief. "I beg your pardon," he demanded. "Shut up." Tobirama half-shouted. "I was an adolescent." "That would hold if you weren't still so in love with him." Hashirama teased. "Hashirama," the younger man's voice was nearly a screech this time. Madara's head was reeling and he suddenly felt the need to sit down somewhere. He watched Tobirama chase his brother around the desk, growling obscenities and threats while Hashirama tried desperately to stay just out of reach. Eventually Hashirama made his escape out the window and Tobirama followed after him, leaving the head of the Uchiha clan alone in the office of the Hokage feeling very faint. "Tobirama is in love with me." It took a while to pull himself together and go after the other two. It wasn't hard, really. He followed the booming sounds and the concussive blasts of chakra towards one of the training fields specifically set aside for the more powerful fighters in the village to vent their destructive tendencies. When he arrived he found Hashirama wailing for mercy, hunkered down under a thick shield of wood with Tobirama coming up with new and interesting ways to manipulate water to cut through it. The ground was torn up and several trees had been decimated, and Madara reflected that out of all the people in the village no one threw a temper tantrum quite like the three of them. He wouldn't even try to deny that he reacted much the same to his own frustrations. Izuna usually tended more towards sulking and Tuka usually just plotted revenge. Mido he preferred not to think about. He and the two quibbling siblings, however, usually tended towards property destruction. He didn't feel any need to announce himself since he knew Tobirama would sense his chakra, so Madara simply settled back onto his heels and waited until the man who was apparently his soulmate finally decided to allow his brother to live. His attack ceased, leaving him huffing for breath at having expended so much chakra while already so exhausted. He still gave one last kick to the nearly decimated wooden dome before storming away in the opposite direction of Madara. Madara scowled and hurried after him, leaving Hashirama to slink away and lick his wounds alone. He caught up with the underman as he was opening the front door to his home. "What?" Tobirama snapped, whipping around to growl at him. "Have you truly been in love with me since you were a teenager?" he asked. He got a scowl in return. "Did you only follow to mock me? Because I have better things to do than stand here." "Oh, would you, jester?" Madara gave up before he had even finished his sentence. Frustrated and knowing that neither of them was good at communicating without misunderstanding each other, he did the only thing he could think of that might shut the man up. He grabbed Tobirama by the front of his armor and pulled him in, planting a rather rough kiss right on his lips. Tobirama groaned like he hadn't been expecting it but definitely appreciated the idea. Madara really only meant it as a way to shut him up. He didn't expect to actually find himself sinking into it, stepping a bit closer and cupping the back of a pale neck. He felt hesitant hands bunching in his hair and hummed approvingly. Tobirama shivering in his hold in response was also unexpected. "We should perhaps not be doing this in the street," he murmured against the other man's lips. Tobirama didn't say anything. He reeled him back in for another kiss, stumbling backwards to bring them both inside the home and allow the door to swing shut behind them. Madara pushed him up against a wall, biting at his lips and then soothing them with gentle passes of his tongue. Tobirama tried to buck up into him, growling when his armor kept them separated just enough that he couldn't. Madara chuckled in the back of his throat. "Eager," he purred. Tobirama harumphed. "Shut up," he said. He lacked his usual poison, breathless as he was. "You didn't answer my question." Madara leaned in and laid a trail of kisses slowly up the column of Tobirama's neck. He felt the younger man swallow harshly under his ministrations. "Have you truly been in love with me for so long?" Tobirama grunted, his head tilting instinctively to give him more access. "Yes," he admitted quietly. Madara rewarded him with a gentle bite. Flattering. "Another question. Why on earth did you not learn to read until you were 15? Even as he spoke, he marveled that any of this was happening. This morning he had been under the impression they had hated each other. He wondered where in between realizing this was a soulmate and now he had decided that he approved of the match. Not that it truly mattered. Now that he'd had a taste, he found himself instantly addicted. Was it like this for all soulmates? An instant click. Tobirama sighed as Madara sucked gently just beneath his ear. What? Oh, you reading? Didn't bother. Too focused on training. Do that again. He wanted to laugh because only Tobirama would be so focused on training that he simply didn't bother with books until adolescence and then fall absolutely in love with reading and research. He didn't laugh though because he was much too busy nibbling on an ear and tracing the shell of it with his tongue. Making Tobirama squirm was just so new and fascinating. It had absolutely nothing to do with how good he tasted or how right it felt. Nothing at all. He would swear to it. "Don't think I've forgiven you for ignoring me for the past 20-some years," he murmured into the ear under his attention. Sorry." Tobirama was, understandably, entirely too distracted to actually be sorry. That didn't stop Madara from tugging at him in disapproval and nipping him sharply. "HMPH," he said. "You going to be?" By the end of the night he had extracted a much more heartfelt apology. Tobirama still didn't mean it though. He hadn't exactly hated his punishment. Chapter 53, Kasame is Sakura, the one where you taste each other's food. She wasn't very old when she realized what was happening. When 5-year-old Sakura padded over to her parents and told them that her soulmate must be eating beef, they were overjoyed. Many people didn't have a soulmate and it was considered extremely lucky for those that did. Sakura just wished hers would eat more sugary things. She liked candy and applesauce and juice. Her soulmate liked to eat beef and fish and pork. She wasn't so sure that they would be able to agree on anything if they didn't even like the same foods. As the years went by, Sakura developed a love for fish that she hadn't had as a toddler. Having it on her lips so often had her craving it, always requesting it for dinner when her opinion was asked. She came to appreciate the days when she could lick the taste of garlic shrimp off her lips in the middle of an academy lecture. Sometimes while on the playground with her friends she would suck on her bottom lip obsessively, chasing the flavor of teriyaki. There were downsides, of course. It was horrible trying to eat her lunch and having her peanut butter sandwich try to mesh with the taste of hard-boiled eggs. She tried not to lick her lips whenever her soulmate ate super spicy curry. She was only a fan of the milder spices herself, and she knew if she gave in to habit and licked her lips she would spend the next 30 minutes trying to chew the heat off her tongue. She always gave in. It was always horrible. Sakura was 16 now and damn annoyed. She was on a diet. Did her soulmate not get that? He'd been eating chocolate for the past 3 days, and now she had been stuck with the taste of a sugary glaze on her lips as if she were eating dander. She did not need these cravings, damn it. She was hoping to lose a few more pounds, and that simply wouldn't happen if her soulmate kept eating sweet things and tempting her to fall off the wagon. Thus was her frustration when Kakashi and Naruto wanted to stop in a dander shop just inside the town they would be staying in for the night. Well, Naruto wanted to and Kakashi wanted Naruto to shut up. Her sensei wasn't a big fan of sweets, but he did enjoy his peace and quiet, which right now would only be achieved by caving to Naruto's demands for dander. Sakura was fuming with annoyance as she and her teammate made their way inside, Kakashi slipping off to book them a couple rooms at a nearby inn. She wondered why none of her important people were supporting her personal endeavors. Was it too much to ask that they help her stay away from sugar and bad cards for just a few more weeks? She didn't think so. It was with a sigh that she warily eyed the large plate of delicious, sticky treats that was set on the table before her. Always happy to share with his friends, Naruto had insisted that she order some as well. He'd even paid for them. Sakura felt despair as her fingers played with the sticks, each bearing 3 different colored dumplings. She was going to give in, she knew she was, but that didn't mean she would need to feel good about it. The first bite was almost heavenly, she admitted to herself. She had been sticking to vegetables and low-sugar fruit for nearly a month now, and her taste buds virtually sang as that delicious thick glaze slid over her tongue. Was there any sweeter treat than dander? Finally, a gruff voice burst out from the table next to theirs. Sakura looked over curiously and froze. The 2 men at the next table were wearing Akatsuki robes. One of them wore a large hat with strips of white silk hanging from the brim, obscuring his identity. The one that she could see was a huge man, muscles rippling under his blue-gray skin and dark blue hair standing nearly straight up under the slashed headband of a Mist Village missing nen. A quick glance to the side showed Sakura that Naruto hadn't even noticed their neighbors. Before she could catch his attention, the one who sat with his back to her spoke up in a smooth voice. "What is it?" he asked. He sounded vaguely familiar, though she couldn't place why. "I've been shoving sweets in my face for days trying to get my soulmate to eat something good. I think the stupid girlie's been on a diet of all things. She's been eating nothing but rabbit food for weeks." The large man viciously tore into the last dando on the stick he held. I finally gave her a craving she couldn't ignore. She just ate some dander. Sakura blinked, looking down at the stick dripping glaze onto her fingers. "You always say she. How do you know it's a woman?" the smooth-voiced one asked. "Easy. I like girlies." The big one shrugged. "Why would my soulmate be a man if I'm not attracted to them? You think too simply. And you complicate everything." Sakura swallowed and rested her sweets on her plate. Naruto remained oblivious, munching away without a care in the world. It had to be a coincidence, right? It couldn't possibly be her. There was no way she was soulmates with a member of the Akatsuki. Determined to prove herself right and maybe gain a little peace of mind as well, Sakura dug through the pouch on her hip, fingers sorting through each item by touch until she found the one she wanted. The ration bar she extracted was probably at least 10 years old. It was a running joke among the Jainin to never ask how old your ration bars were because they were probably still eating the original ones made when the village was founded. Sakura detested them as much as the next person, but they were packed with just enough nutrients to keep you healthy with no extraneous additives. They were the perfect health food even if they tasted like what cardboard rolled in ash with a drizzle of 3-day-old gravy. With her eyes trained on the large man at the next table, unconsciously mimizing his unique shark-like features, she unwrapped her bar and made sure Naruto was still distracted by his meal. Then she raised it to her lips and took a bite, deliberately smothering the disgusting taste all around her mouth. She froze at the same time that the large man did. "What the hell, girlie? Gone back to sensible foods, has she? I went through all the trouble of convincing her to eat something good, and just when I think she's giving in, what the hell did she just eat?" His tongue hung out for a brief moment in an exaggerated face of disgust. Then he realized this wasn't helping. He should keep his tongue away from his lips if he didn't want to keep tasting it. Well, his companion seemed slightly amused at his predicament, though it was hard to tell through the flat tongue. "I don't know what that was, but if she takes another bite of it, I'm eating nothing but sugar until she gets the point." Sakura lowered the ration bar, swallowing with some difficulty. Only one more step to test, one more step, and she would have convinced herself of the opposite of what she had been trying to convince herself. Reluctantly, cringing, she reached for her dango. She plucked one of the dumplings off its sewer, took a deep breath and closed her eyes, then popped the whole thing in her mouth. With her eyes closed, she chewed as fast as she could, licking the sweet syrup from her fingers. When she heard a startled but pleased noise, she winced, cracking one eyelid open to see her target grinning. His teeth were all pointy and sharp-looking. In the very back of her mind, she noted that it was kind of attractive. There you go. Back on track. I dunno what happened there, but she's gone back to the dando again. He nodded to himself in satisfaction. Good choice, girlie. These updates on your soulmate's eating habits are riveting, I assure you, his companion drawled. Her soulmate rolled his eyes, and before he even opened his mouth, she knew they were about to start bickering. It was obviously from the expression on his face that he was slightly offended by that comment. Sakura, however, wasn't able to listen in on their little spat. Naruto, Sakura, a quiet voice held both of their attentions. They both turned their heads to see that Kakashi-sensei had slipped into the shop without either of them noticing. He was sitting on the opposite bench from her, beside Naruto, and his gaze was trained on the same spot hers had just been. I want you to stay quiet, Naruto, but do you know who that is at the next table? Kakashi-sensei, Sakura whispered. He met her eyes, his eyebrow raising at the slightly worried look on her face. I think that big one is my soulmate. His eyebrow lifted even higher, and his hand shot out to cover Naruto's mouth just in time to muffle the incredulous shout from the boy's mouth. She and her teacher held each other's gazes for a long time, speaking without words. She watched the calculating look fade away to be replaced with what she might almost call sympathy, strange from a man who so rarely showed his emotions. That changes things, doesn't it? He said to her softly. Sakura wanted to hug him for being so understanding. She didn't. She respected her old teammate's boundaries. So instead she simply nodded and looked back over to see her large blue-skinned soulmate jabbing one finger against the wooden tabletop as he made some point or other. Gah! Naruto gasped in a breath as he finally managed to pull Kakashi's hand away from his face. But doesn't Itachi travel with that guy? I've seen him before. I'd swear he's the guy who's partnered up with Itachi. Two birds, one stone, Kakashi murmured, the corners of his eye crinkling in a smile that Sakura didn't need to see in order to know that it wasn't friendly at all. The fight, when they ambushed the pair in a dark alley, was short but brutal. Itachi didn't put up nearly as much of a fight as he was capable of when he noticed that their main focus was on securing his partner's capture instead. His Sharingan eyes took in the way Sakura was looking at the large man and, curious, allowed himself to be restrained. In the way that he always did, Naruto immediately busted out with his trusty talk no jutsu. He pleaded with Itachi for the reasons behind his actions and begged for his help to bring Sasuke back home. Sakura would have been amazed that he actually seemed to be succeeding if she weren't so distracted by the tall muscle-bound man beside him. You didn't seem to like the taste of my ration bar, she said with as much confidence as she could muster. So if you give us any trouble, you can be sure we'll both be having them for dinner. His eyes widened as her meaning settled over him. Then his mouth split in a sharp grin, teeth glinting in the low light. Hello, girlie, he said. You're a pretty one, though you could use a little more meat on your bones. The name's Kasame, you. Sakura, she breathed, entirely unaware of the enraptured expression she wore, falling in love from the very first word. Team 7 abandoned the rather inconsequential mission in favor of bringing their prisoners back to the village. No one thought it was strange that Kasame made no effort to free himself. Indeed, he seemed happy to follow wherever Sakura wished to lead him. Chapter 54, Karanus Wajetsu, the one where your soulmate must say your name. Hey. Hey. I'm talking to you. Uzumaki. Karen ignored the voice that trailed after her, slipping through the crowds with ease. She didn't want to talk to that loser. She just wanted to get to her next class. Namikaze-sensei would have a fit if she was late for calculus again, and she had no intention of sitting through her third detention this month. Uzumaki, I swear, just wait a fucking minute, will you? She ground her teeth and wondered why Swajetsu just would not take the hint. She knew he couldn't have anything pleasant to say. The majority of their interactions consisted of him making fun of her for hoping Uchiha Sasuke was her soulmate, just like so many other girls in their high school did. 4 years of classes together, and she had never even had a single decent conversation with the sharp-toothed idiot. Part of that was due to him being an annoying brat. Part of it was her irritation over his refusal to call her by anything but Uzumaki. Today was the day she snapped. "I have a name, you know." She's screeching over the swelling masses of younger students. "Maybe if you used it I would listen to you, you cretin." It was a testament to how common their arguments were that not a single had turned to see what the ruckus was. "Fine then. Uzumaki Karen. Would you just fucking slow down? I need to talk to you." She hadn't really meant to stop, except it had suddenly become difficult to walk, what with the lightning running through her limbs and the sharp throbbing in her chest. Her entire being felt as if she was simultaneously freezing and thawing, contracting and relaxing, until the world faded from reality and all she was aware of was Suigetsu, finally shoving his way through the crowds to stand by her side and glare with those burning violet eyes. Finally. Geez, all I wanted to talk about was that project that Yuhi-sensei assigned for world history. You're the only other person in the class without a partner, so we are kind of stuck with each other, you know. He rolled his eyes. Karen stared at him. I'm stuck with you," she repeated him in a daze, utterly distracted by the arch of his neck and the pull in her heart. Yeah, I wasn't thrilled either, okay." He hitched his backpack further onto his shoulder, then stuck one hand on his hip. "So? We kind of have to work together. We should set up a time to actually work." "Hazuki Suigetsu." She said his name back, trying to make her voice as steady as possible while still reeling from the impact of what had just happened to her. He froze in place as soon as she said it, eyes widening and limbs trembling. Karen stared, waiting to see what his reaction would be if he would handle this any better than her. She felt achingly divided. She wanted to fall into him, her soulmate, finally a soulmate. She wanted to run from him, he was going to refuse her, surely he wanted nothing to do with her. Karen stood poised on the balls of her feet. Her own parents hadn't wanted her, had left her at the orphanage at the tender age of 2. Why should he be any different? Well. Suigetsu blinked, still unmoving. "I really wasn't expecting that." They stared at each other while the hall slowly emptied, student filtering in the classrooms for their next period. Then he grinned. "I really should have used your name earlier, huh? Bah." Karen swung her bag off her shoulder and bashed it into his. "That's all you have to say? What kind of soulmate are you anyway?" Suigetsu only laughed and caught her arm, pulling her forward until she was pressed against his body. Sorry, let me try again." When he kissed her, Karen had the fate-drifting thought that Namikaze-sensei was going to give her detention again. She decided she didn't care though, as her arms wrapped around Suigetsu's shoulders and pulled him down for a better angle. They could expel her for all she gave a shit. Suigetsu wanted her. Her soulmate wanted her. This moment was worth it. Now all they had to do was learn to get along properly, but there would be plenty of time for that. She was stuck with him now, after all. Chapter 55, Shikamaru Kakashi, the one where a tattoo on you shows up on your soulmate. Shikamaru was born with an A and BU tattoo. His parents had worried even as they knew that they could do nothing about it. They wondered if it was worth trying to keep Shikamaru away from the members of the Black Ops division, or if maybe they should try to introduce them early on in life. Perhaps meeting his soulmate would encourage that person to leave A and BU and they could both live a happy, quiet life here in the village. As the years went by, however, it became increasingly obvious that it didn't matter one way or the other what they did. Shikamaru grew into a boy, then a teenager, then a man. Never once did he ever indicate that he had any idea who his soulmate might be. If the echo on his shoulder had faded away, he would have known that his soulmate had died, but it never did. Shikamaru had come up with endless possibilities over the years for why he had never found them. They ranged from the mundane, retired out of the village by now, to the dramatic, they were locked in a prison somewhere, unable to come home, and even some absolutely ridiculous ones. Shikamaru spent a lot of time looking up at the clouds, wondering where in the world his other half could possibly be, whether or not they were looking for him too. He was looking up at the clouds today as well, but not the way he used to. In his youth he had hidden himself away on grassy hills, letting the breeze ruffle his hair and cast his drains into the endless blue sky. Nowadays Shikamaru watched the sky through the windows of the Hokage Tower, stealing brief moments for himself while he waited for his village leader to look over whatever paperwork he had brought this time. Today the heavens were studded with rain clouds, bulbous black puffs that he imagined coming from the mouth of an angry dragon. Where did that proposal from the Mizukage get to? He looked away from the window when he heard Kakashi muttering to himself, fingers dancing among the piles of paper scattered across his desk. Shikamaru smiled a little and walked over, reaching underneath a certain pile and pulling out the needed document. "Ah. You always know where my stuff is," Kakashi said, eyes crinkled in a hidden smile. "No offense, Hokage-sama," Shikamaru murmured, "but some days I'm not sure you remember where you put your own head." Kakashi only laughed and took the paper from him. Ma, I don't know what I'd do without you." He had been about to turn back to the window, but something made him stop. Something made him take a long, hard look at the man who led their village. He had never seen his Hokage with anyone before. With the issue of his own soulmate constantly in the back of his mind, Shikamaru had become curious over the years about other situations as well and how they dealt with it. Kakashi was a very private person. Shikamaru wondered if he would even answer any questions put to him. "NNH, Hokage-sama, can I ask you something personal?" he ventured. Kakashi's eyes flickered up to look at him, then returned to the papers in his hand. He continued to read as he spoke. "Only if you drop the formality." "Ah, yes. Of course." Shikamaru frowned and paused to think, not quite squirming as he wondered how to phrase his question. "Did you ever find your soulmate, Kakashi?" he asked eventually. That got the Hokage's attention. The older man didn't quite look at him, but he was obviously no longer looking at the words on the page in front of him. "No, I did not," Kakashi said quietly. Shikamaru tilted his head. "Did you look?" Kakashi turned to him with both eyebrows raised, and he realized he sounded a little like his Edri. His hands waved nervously in front of him while he tried to backtrack a little. "Ah, what I mean is, I've tried to look for mine. But I haven't found them. I was just wondering if you had thought of something I hadn't." When Kakashi's eyebrows came back down to a less offended level, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm not sure what to tell you, Shikamaru," Kakashi said. "The only thing I never tried was getting a new tattoo and advertising it in the village. I considered it, of course. It's a fairly common way to find each other. But I was in ANBU for a lot of years and I didn't want to have any marks on me that could lead someone to my soulmate if I were captured." "And after you left ANBU?" Shikamaru asked. "It's something you might have already run into yourself, the reason that the top shinobi in the village are usually wary of trying that method. Being strong means that there are people who want to use you for something, be it political gain or social or economic or any other reason. All it would take is a glimpse at my tattoo and a day to get it done on themselves. I might have had several people come to me and claim to be my soulmate." Kakashi shrugged. "I didn't want that." Shikamaru hummed contemplatively. He hadn't thought about someone trying to falsify an echo. Of course, the easiest way to solve that problem would be to get yet another tattoo, but he could understand how there were some people who didn't really want to cover their bodies in ink just to prove a point. "Still," he said, "it seems like it would work. Get a small tattoo, quietly ask around, maybe get your friends to keep their eye out without mentioning who they are asking for." Kakashi nodded, looking thoughtful, but didn't say anything else, and the subject was dropped. Kakashi went back to reading the proposal from Maisama, and Shikamaru took one last look at the rain clouds hovering over the village before turning away to go work on the other projects he was supposed to be attending to. Being the Hokage's assistant was troublesome, but he had matured into a responsible young adult who worked much harder than he would have believed himself capable of at 10 years old. Shikamaru worked the next morning with a chain around his wrist. Not an actual chain, of course, but an echo of a tattoo that someone else had marked their body with. It was actually rather beautiful. The chain was delicate and woven with purple anemone flowers, offsetting the silver links in a beautiful contrast of hard and soft. He traced the curving lines of the beautiful art repeatedly as he went about his morning routine, pulling down the sleeves of his mesh undershirt with great reluctance when it was time to leave the house. He was absent-mindedly rubbing his opposite thumb over the newly marked wrist when he entered the Hokage's office to see Kakashi slumped in his chair, elbows on the desk and head in his hands. The older man looked somehow even paler than usual, and his headband was missing, leaving his hair to fly away in every which direction. "You don't look good," he noted. Kakashi grunted lowly. "Guy convinced me to drink sake with him last night. I think I'm dying." "I see." Shikamaru chuckled, trying to keep the volume of it low. "Well, no one stopped me on my way here to ask if I heard about such and such last night, so I assume you didn't do anything too stupid. You and Guy-sensei get up to some strange antics." Kakashi looked a little grumpy when he finally raised his head, his eyes squinting at Shikamaru as if the hangover was all his fault. "That depends on what you consider as stupid. Your questions yesterday put ideas in my head, and evidently I have no impulse control when I'm 4 bottles of sake down the drain." He lifted one arm to wave it vaguely in his assistant's direction. "I got a tattoo. I don't even remember getting it, but it was there when I woke up, still bleeding a little because apparently drunk me doesn't remember proper in care." His eyes rolled, stopping when he winced in pain. Shikamaru stared at him with wide, blinking eyes. Warning signals and flashing lights were going off in his brain, and he had to try very hard to make words come out in a coherent fashion when he tried to speak. "You'd a tattoo, sir?" "Of what?" He didn't expect Kakashi to look away sheepishly, one hand awkwardly rubbing at the opposite wrist. "It's a little sappy," Kakashi said. "I might not remember getting it, but I can certainly tell what it's supposed to mean. If you don't mind, I'd rather keep it to myself." Does it look like this, by any chance?" Shikamaru asked, tugging up his mesh sleeve. As soon as Kakashi's eyes fell on his eka, he knew. It was obvious what the answer was, and he could honestly say he had never seen this coming. His soulmate was Hatake Kakashi. The man that he had spent most of his time with for the past 4 years was the one he had been searching for all his life, the one that had marked him before he'd even been born. Kakashi seemed in a daze as he stumbled out of his chair and came cautiously towards the Umber Ninja. He said nothing until they were face to face, his fingers reaching out and stopping just short of Shikamaru's wrist. "Do you know the language of flowers?" he asked, his voice nearly a whisper. Shikamaru shook his head. That was Ino's expertise, not his. Kakashi swallowed. "Anemone flowers have 2 meanings. Fading hope and a feeling of being forsaken. I've been alone a very long time. But they also symbolize anticipation. No matter how many years went by, I still hoped that someday I would find them." "Find you?" His dark eyes rose to meet Shikamaru's own, and the Nara stared back with parted lips. "And the chain?" he asked. He saw the mask before him twitch in a brief smile. "I may have been slightly melodramatic in insisting that I was forever chained to my village, but that I would more than happily chain myself to my soulmate when I found them." Kakashi shrugged as his cheeks flushed. "I'm not a very sophisticated drunk." Shikamaru couldn't help it. He began to laugh. He had pictured finding his soulmate so many times, and in the end it wasn't what he had imagined at all. He couldn't find it in him to be disappointed, though, not when things made so much sense. Kakashi was one of the few people he had ever met that could be called his intellectual equal. They had fallen into conversation and ignored their work so many times because they genuinely enjoyed each other's company, much to many people's surprise. Not to mention, the man was fairly easy on the eyes. Shikamaru had admitted that to himself a long time ago. Kakashi didn't seem to mind his laughter. He simply stood and watched with a strangely longing look in his eye. When Shikamaru managed to calm down, chuckles still slipping out, he realized that the older man was waiting to see what he thought of their match. Kakashi was a cautious person. He wasn't the type to make a move forward unless he was certain that it would be well received. "Do you play shogi, Kakashi?" he asked. "I do." His Hokage nodded. "It's been a while, but I used to enjoy playing with the third sometimes. Would you like to join my family for dinner tonight? We could play a few times. I'd like to see what your style is." Shikamaru knew very well that neither of them were the type to leap right into things. It wouldn't make Kakashi comfortable, and Shikamaru was still fairly young. There would be plenty of getting to know each other before there were any thoughts of spending their lives together the way most soulmates did. Kakashi cleared his throat. "I would like that," he said. Shikamaru looked down at the echo encircling his wrist, tracing it for perhaps the 100th time that morning. "Yeah. I'd like that too." Chapter 56, Conan as Sazori, the one where you have a spirit guide. It had been there all her life, sitting in the corner of her vision or pacing the walls of whatever room she was in. It looked like a lynx, although how she knew that she couldn't have said. Conan had never seen a real lynx in her life. No one but her could see this one, and it had a habit of laying down in public walkways for people to stroll right through its incorporeal body. Conan usually had the impression that the lynx was exasperated with her for some reason, though she wasn't sure why. It liked to dash enthusiastically through doorways when it saw she was leaving a room, taking off in one direction only to circle back and glare disapprovingly at her when she turned the other way. Conan was 25 when she decided that enough was enough. She had a good job and a good amount of money in the bank. Her boss agreed almost thoughtlessly when she put in for vacation time, and Conan felt no guilt over how vague she was when discussing how long she would be gone for. The lynx was waiting for her at the door when she left her apartment the next morning, backpack in hand. She paused to lock the door and then turned to the animal, a brilliant vision of gold and white that only grew more translucent with time. "Well," she demanded. "Which way?" Seemingly delighted and not a little relieved that it was finally getting its way, the lynx bounded off in a generally northern direction. Conan followed. The next few weeks were a strange journey for her. Her destination was unknown, and the direction of her travel was entirely at the whim of a creature which might very well be a figment of her imagination. When she was young, she hadn't ever dared to ask anyone at the orphanage whether they saw creatures too, but she knew that no one ever saw her lynx but her. Either way, it seemed to be taking her in a northerly direction, occasionally tracking a little east. She traveled mostly by foot, sometimes hitching a ride with someone on the longer stretches of highway. She stayed in hostels and hotels, bedding down for the night with one hand off to the side, reaching for iridescent fur but never quite touching. When she got where she was going, she didn't know it at first. She had slept in a hotel the night before, affording her the chance to shower and change into fresh clothing. She felt ready to go, to move, to discover. But she knew that something felt different the moment she stepped onto the streets of whatever city they had wandered into. Her lynx seemed full of barely contained energy, rushing ahead of her in leaps and bounds and circling back as if to ask why she wasn't hurrying as well. It gave her an anxious feeling, as if she were about to miss something. It made her walk faster and faster until she was jogging through the streets, dodging cars and lurching around pedestrians in a bid to get to wherever she needed to be. Her lynx dashed straight through the crowds, staying just within her sight and urging her on. It was nearly noon when it happened, and Conan was exhausted after running for hours non-stop, the unfounded worry in her chest not letting her slow even for a minute. She thought nothing of it when they turned down into an abandoned subway station, racing down the steps 2 and 3 at a time. Her lynx ran only a few feet in front of her until they came tearing around a corner to see the almost empty train platform. Then it burst forward, and she witnessed the single most incredible sight she had ever seen, one she would never forget. There was only one other person on the platform, a man with messy red hair and a large suitcase at his feet. As she turned the corner, she saw, to her astonishment, a shining maned fox leap away from the man's feet and rush out to meet her lynx companion. The stranger gave a low cry and reached out in surprise. He could see the fox, he was trying to call it back. Conan watched the two ethereal spirits race headlong towards each other until they crashed together in a brilliant explosion of light, wisps of white and gold and red drifting through the air. When she blinked the spots out of her vision, her lynx was gone, along with the stranger's maned fox. Neither were anywhere in sight, and she somehow knew deep inside of herself that she would never see her guide again. She looked to the redhead, taking in the muted surprise on his face as he looked around the empty platform. When his eyes fell on her, he seemed awed, almost reverent. She stood still and let him come towards her, strangely aware of how sweaty and rumpled she must be. "So much for that shower." "My soulmate," the man murmured when he made his way to her. "I knew you would find me someday. The damn fox never tried to lead me anywhere. I knew it must be you that finds me." Conan furrowed her brows. Is that what it was for? It was strange not to feel sad to lose the spirit that had been with her all her life. But she felt so complete now, more content the closer this person stood. She had heard of soulmates, of course, almost everyone had one. But she hadn't known that a guide was meant to show her the way to hers. If she had, she would have followed it sooner. "My name is Sazori," the man introduced himself. "I'm a puppeteer and a carpenter. And I'm very pleased to meet you. She took a deep breath in, feeling oddly calm considering all that had happened. Conan, she said. My name is Conan. I work for a law firm. She wasn't sure why he felt the need to introduce himself with his job but figured it was polite to follow suit. Perhaps he was just very proud of his line of work. Sazori looked her up and down, taking in the purple hair that had fallen out of its bun, the origami flowers she had made out of a hotel notepad and pen to her head, and the way she was still breathing too heavily from all the running. Just before she was about to be slightly offended by his silent staring, his face spread into a warm but slightly manic smile. I would love to make a puppet of you like this, he said. You beautiful. You should be immortalized. This Sazori, she decided, was a very odd man. But he was her soulmate and he thought she was beautiful enough to be immortalized even when she looked as awful as she surely did right now. So she smiled and held out her hand to him. That's flattering. Tell me about your puppets. By the look he gave her, she surmised she had asked the right question. Sazori was more than happy to tell her all about his beloved creations. He took her hand and led her to the bench he had been standing next to when she arrived. Then they sat together and talked and talked and talked and talked. About his life, hers, his dreams, her aspirations. When the train that Sazori had been waiting for arrived, they let it pass them by without even a thought for where he had been going. They had found each other. They were right where they needed to be.